I really like Objective Basement. I don't know why. I really like that name. Whose idea was that?
Good question.
I don't love the name, but it is among my favorites.
I just think because, like, for the name, it shouldn't have profanity in it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck Ayn Rand. As lovely as that is, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like Objective
Basement is given that it's been the highest voted since the beginning.
Yeah, but because it's like, does that sound like a podcast to you?
Well, yeah, okay, here's the thing, right?
Does this sound like a podcast to you? Like this discussion we're having right now? Come on.
No, absolutely not. That's true.
I'm legitimately in support of having cursing in the name, right? Like, I don't think that it's necessary, but I do think that there's nothing wrong with it. Like, we shit on things and fuck on things and fucking... We call things fucking...
We swear constantly.
I know, it's true. Okay, I mean, that's fair. I don't want to...
It's an accurate representation.
Basically, my decision making is I don't want to have final say on this, so I'm just gonna pick whatever gets the most votes.
Yeah.
Consider.
I like a lot of the names. Is the thing. A lot of them are really good.
Fuck Ayn Rand's pretty good.
Yes, we already established that.
Yeah, that's pretty. Objective Basement is nice. I really like Nietzsche's Fully Erect Dick.
That is true. If we're gonna go.
Sorry, not just as a name, but I mean in general. I just do.
Yeah.
I also like the name.
Yeah.
I think as a phrase, just as a phrase, Nietzsche's Fully Erect Dick wins.
Yeah.
It does.
That's true.
I put in.
Well, then again, I would think that because it's the only one on there that I came up with.
Yeah. Wait, what are the top ones?
Well, Keyboard of the Imagination is the only non-joke. It's the only non-joke one, and
I don't like it.
And it's got one vote.
It's kind of lame.
I think it was me. I mean, it's all right.
It's all right. It's understandably not at the top.
But it's too nice. It's too wholesome.
Okay, here's the problem.
Nice. It's too nice because this podcast is not nice.
I didn't vote for Keyboard of the Imagination because I pointed this out earlier. Keyboard of the Imagination is an idea that Wittgenstein brings up and explicitly shits on.
Wait, he explicitly shits on it? What do you mean?
Really?
Yeah, fucking right in the same place that he brings it up.
Where is it? Do you remember what number it is? Do you remember?
No idea.
Because it's he says saying a word is like striking a note on the keyboard of the imagination.
Yeah, okay, so here's the section. I'm...
What number?
Late six. Fucking bottom of the left.
6?
Yeah.
6.
It's number 6? It's that early on?
Holy shit, really?
What the fuck?
Underneath the word is striking a note on the keyboard of the imagination.
Yeah, so fucking he says, the full context here is important, so I'm just gonna read 6.
Alright.
We could imagine that the language of 2, which is the most basic language game he puts out, the one where you point and then... Is it the one where you point and do? Let me go back. Yeah, okay. Was the whole language of A and B, even the whole language of tribe. The children are brought up to perform these actions, to use these words as they do so, and to react in this way to the words of others. An important part of the training will consist in the teachers pointing to the objects, directing the child's attention to them, and at the same time uttering a word. For instance, the word slab as he points to the shape. I do not want to call this ostensive definition, because the child cannot as yet ask what the name is. I will call it ostensive teaching of words. I say that it will form an important part of the training because it is so with human beings, not because it could not be imagined otherwise. This ostensive teaching of words can be said to establish an association between the word and the thing. But what does this mean? Well, it may mean various things, but one very likely thinks, first of all, that a picture of the object comes before the child's mind when he hears the word. But now if this does happen, is it the purpose of the word? Yes, it may be the purpose. I can imagine such a use of words, of series of sounds. Uttering a word is like striking a note on the keyboard of the imagination. But in the language of 2, it is not the purpose of the words to evoke images. It may, of course, be discovered that helps to attain the actual purpose. But if the ostensive teaching has this effect, am I to say that it affects an understanding of the word? Don't you understand the call slab, as if you act upon it in such and such a way? Doubtless the ostensive teaching helped to bring this about, but only together with a particular training. With different training, the same ostensive teaching of these words would have affected a quite different understanding. I set the break up by connecting up rod and lever. Yes, given the whole of the rest of the mechanism. Only in conjunction with that is it a brake lever, and separated from its support, it is not even a lever. It may be anything or nothing. So what he's saying here is that is potentially part of the purpose, or you could imagine it being the purpose, but to utter a word being like striking a note on the keyboard of the imagination is not the actual purpose. In the language game of two, the purpose is to evoke a certain action.
But it doesn't matter what the purpose is. I mean, even if it's true that it's not the purpose for...
I feel like that's not really going against the saying. It's just saying that it doesn't apply in this context.
Well, I think the other important thing, that's a little bit outside of this direct context, is the way that he, at the very, very beginning, I think even earlier than this, he's talking about a very naive way of defining, or a naive way of thinking about words as just names, right?
Right.
Oh yeah, like the one from Augustine or whatever, Confessions. That.
Yeah, and I think that for there to be a defined key for each word, you would need words to work like names universally.
I mean, but I think it does make sense. But I think the point is more like language is like music, and this sort of connects, I think, to what we like the reading that we did today, where it's like. And what I was saying earlier, where language, what it does is it communicates an impression on people. Like when you have someone speak to you, like you can, like, oh gosh, what was it? Like he was saying how like let me
okay.
But like even if but the thing is we can't talk about that impression, like the beetle in the box thing, like that like impression, that feeling, that note that we hear when on the keyboard of our imagination, like it doesn't matter when we're trying to talk about language with other people because we can't really talk about it. Like it is the beetle in the box, like which may or may not exist. But that is how we experience it. But it's just removed from the use of the language.
Right.
Actually, I do agree with that, and I
don't know if it's removed from the use because, like, you might not be able to talk about it very coherently, but you do like it. It's can not be necessary. It can be important in like the way you talk about other things, right? Like,
I mean, it's not necessary to
evoke emotion.
I mean, it's not necessary to have the internal experience for language to function as it does.
True.
Like, it's not required.
Yeah.
Also, sorry, I just figured I'd mention, but I really like Keyboard of the Imagination because because in the context of a podcast, I immediately think of like a computer keyboard, which actually is just a method of inputting language.
Yeah. I mean, it's
okay. So I really like this. I didn't think about this before, right? Because I hadn't actually done this week's reading, right? Not yet.
Of course.
But you're right about that, right? Like I think that if you imagine speaking a sentence as playing a tune on the keyboard of the imagination, then in that context it does make sense to talk about uttering a word as like striking a note on the keyboard of the imagination. Especially because like the metaphor extends, right? Because when you play a single note on a keyboard, it doesn't have a context to it, and it loses a lot of its meaning. And
or in fact,
that's exactly the same way that words
work.
Well, I mean, I think it works so well because music is a form of language. It's just it's more detached, like, and more removed from
music is a form of communication. I wouldn't say language.
I would say language, and I think that it's a flaw.
Okay. Well, when you say language, do you mean like? Because I feel like we're getting.
I'm immediately going to the definition of language that I've got written in Team Uno chat, or was it Team DOS?
Well, because I think.
Well, I'll read this and then I'll respond because I think based on this definition.
Wait, which definition?
That's in Team Uno.
But I was just saying that's the one I automatically go to.
What I was going to say is like when I think about art, right? Like, I've started to take to the definition that art is anything that can't be expressed in words. Like it evokes an emotion that can't be expressed in words.
Okay, but the problem with that definition is that it's super
Let's let everybody finish.
Hold on. Yes. That's something that people disagree with a lot. I know you, Somniad, especially because it kind of rules out all writing as art, which is true, by the way.
Oh my god!
But like
poetry.
When you get
he
into
literally
this,
says, "Oh, you didn't do the fucking reading, so you don't even fucking
just
know."
Let people finish, okay?
But you don't count.
So
because you didn't do the reading. People who don't do the reading don't count.
Let Roots finish,
okay,
but also he doesn't count.
Understanding this, it's like, with language, it seems almost like, when you communicate something, there's something that's mutually assumed to be understood. But with like, when you're communicating something that isn't through language, like, or doesn't seem to be through language, like art, the interpretations can be totally different, even though, it's the same piece of art. But it's like, there's no way to communicate it through language, right? Maybe that's just a semantic game, but that's just something to take into mind. Because like when you guys bring up like music as a language, I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, so I think. Are you done? Sorry.
Yes.
So here's the thing. I do think that it is a spectrum of like how clear meaning is, or like if you say a sentence in English to a bunch of English speakers, the similarity of like interpretation between all those people hearing those words is going to be like, it's going to be very high. Like people are going to get a very similar meaning out of what you say in a written or spoken language, like a conventional language.
So as a hypothetical, if I were to do, let's say we lived in caveman times.
Do you mind if I finish? I'm sorry. Like I would want to.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It's just like, I feel like the thought will dissolve into my brain matter if I don't finish.
Go ahead.
So the thing is though, even if there will be a high degree of similarity in like what a given sentence will evoke in like people's minds, it won't be identical. It'll be really similar, and it may be like people will act in response the same way, or no, like the rules for the behavior around that sentence might be the same for like people will understand. Like in instances like take my hand. Maybe everybody will know like how to respond appropriately, like to take the person's hand. But maybe like when you say that out loud, the person seeing it might have a bunch of different interpretations. Like, oh, they want me to take their hand because, you know, they're unsteady, they're going to fall, or they want to take my hand because
they literally want to take my hand.
Yeah, I mean, like there are a bunch of things that can go out of people's heads. It's really different. So there is always some like variety in the mental image evoked by words, by just conventional language. And so when you look at music, I would say it's not like a clear difference. It's just like a spectrum of difference. It's like a quantitative difference. Like the amount of the difference between the understanding different people have of the same melody or the same musical recording will vary, but there is going to be still some similarity there. You know, like you hear like a Mozart's Requiem or some shit, and some of it's going to sound kind of sad, right? And like people, maybe they'll have a bunch of different feelings, but there's still some similarity in the response there. And I think that the difference between the musical language and the conventional language in like the degree of understanding and similarity of understanding between the listeners, it's just a spectrum. It's not a clear-cut difference. You can maybe arbitrarily draw a line if you want to, but I think that the point here and Wittgenstein is trying to make is that language isn't clearly distinct from like a vague agreement between people that has there is no clear distinction. Like when people are speaking language and talking to each other, there's no right or wrong interpretation besides like we all kind of agree, but there's still going to be discrepancies there. I'm sort of rambling now.
Well, okay. If I might put something forward, I think that there still are. I think that when talking about it as just a spectrum between the idea, or a spectrum of the idea here, there's a really important difference that's clearly articulated between music and language, which is that you can't use music to create highly specific effects in other people.
Well,
Wait. Let me communicate what I mean by that. You can use it to create feelings, but you can't use it as you can't use it without also incorporating language.
Let me stop you there.
Lyrics. Wait, no, let me finish.
No. Oh my god. Okay.
Hey. You did it for Kyle, and he did it for you. Let me finish. Okay. What I want to say is you can't use music to communicate facts, or specifically to create propositions. You can't use music to inform somebody about what you would like them to do. You can't communicate expectations. Those are things which are really important in language, and I think probably fundamental to what they are, and you can't use music to do those.
That's not inherent to the nature of music, though. It's just how we use music. I mean, you can imagine, like, for instance, I feel like you think about in a movie. There's some like hunters, or like robbers living in the woods, and they communicate via whistles. There's very specific language in that. I mean, you could say you could just say, "Oh, that's not music. It's different." But like, it's
I
not.
would argue that's not really music. Those are words.
Well, and the only difference though is because music is meant for a specific purpose. The purpose is not to communicate.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it is, but I'm trying. But the distinction is not that music cannot communicate clear and distinct ideas, but that we just don't use it to do that. What we use music for primarily is for expression of emotion, of internal feelings.
I think,
of course,
ignoring
ignoring the fact that music frequently, in fact, most of the time, includes use of actual regular communicative language.
Well, here's a hypothetical.
I wouldn't say most of the time.
Well, I want to get to that hypothetical that I was going to have because. So like let's say we live in caveman times. We're in the outback somewhere, right? And there's two people in existence. So there's only two people that can possibly see that. Well, okay, there's two tribes, and these two people are from two distinct tribes that have never met one another. Okay. And I start making from one of the tribes start making smoke signals. Now, in my culture, in my language, I see a specific thing, and it communicates a specific thing to my tribe. But the other tribe on the other side of the mountain, whatever, sees these smoke signals and takes it to communicate something else. But I wasn't actually communicating anything to this person because I don't know they exist. Is this still a form of language between these two people? Because they're getting different communications out of it, or different interpretations out of this signal, even though the signal was never even meant for them.
Well, I think if we want to do that, we need to clarify.
They don't even know that it's a signal to them, or a signal that's supposed to be interpreted in the first place.
Right.
Well,
we'd have to define language. Under the definition I usually go with...
Can you give it?
Sure. So the definition I usually go with now, since the last debate, because it's a great definition that we came up with... language is the rules, whether contextual or global, which we use to govern communication, and communication is the transfer of ideas, whether intentional or not. So, like, assuming, for example, in this situation, then, that we have...
But what is an idea?
Information.
What is an idea? What is information? Is an emotion information? If I'm playing a song on the violin and I'm like...
I would say no. I would say it's an idea, but it's not information.
Okay, whatever. But because I think when I play music,
you're wrong.
I was just going to finish clarifying this idea for the example, so we could clear that up a little bit first.
Oh, and by the way, for the new people here, we are recording this. And
just so y'all know.
Yeah.
I hope you're with that.
Just trivially, right? If, for instance, you had some sounds that consistently produce certain emotions in people, and then you use those sounds in an ordered way in order to communicate information, and you say, like, this emotion followed by this emotion means this, or this emotion followed by this emotion. Then, you could argue that the emotions are incidental to the communication, but I still think that you could also easily and validly construe the emotions as part of the information.
Yeah, emotions in and of themselves are information.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, Frank, but emotions in and of themselves come with messages. They exist for a reason, and emotions are information in and of themselves, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I would say that emotions are information. They're just harder to, like, clearly communicate to people.
They don't.
This is probably a definition problem because
right.
Its definition problem is all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, it's a language game.
The language.
Yeah, exactly.
I was going to say, how are we defining information? Like, because I think maybe we're at crossroads because we're defining information differently. Like, emotions are a very simplistic form of information.
Right.
It's like the most basic message you can possibly give to someone.
I'm going to propose a rule here, which is that if you understand if you feel like you understand what somebody's trying to say, and you don't think that asking the definition of something will expose a fundamental flaw in what they're trying to say, then you can't ask the definition of things because it will create an infinite rabbit hole from which we will never recover.
Thank you, Sonia.
I agree.
No, I don't like rules. Rules are bad. No rules allowed.
Okay, it's a guideline.
Okay, but can everybody just agree to do that? It's not a rule, but we all just agree to do it.
Yeah, it's an agreement. We agree that if you don't do this thing, if you don't do the thing that we say, you're bad.
I like definitions.
You like responding by just that's me.
Okay, definitions are good, but I really think you should try to avoid unintentional infinite rabbit hole spirals, okay?
Yeah.
But those are fun.
They are not the point of this discussion.
No, they're not.
Whatever.
And
okay,
also,
the reason I was saying I didn't think emotions were necessarily information is because I conceptualize emotions solely as experiences, which to me are separate from things you can express using thought, which in this case is what I would consider information.
Wait,
like no amount of thinking can get you to understand what something feels like.
Okay, so because it's like the final cause is like your feeling.
Yeah,
right.
They're distinctly separate. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I consider them distinctly separate categories of ideas. And obviously the definition of information we're using is arbitrary, but
I feel like it's really just best to go with like a really vague basic definition of information that covers all of them, because I think communication can include either.
Yeah.
And we don't have a need to make the definition any more strict than it is. Like, it's just sort of, like, there is definitely a difference in the type of information that emotions are rather than, like, clear thoughts or, like, words or whatever, but including them in our definition of information does make this communication easier.
Yeah, emotions are like, I already said this, so I'm just repeating myself, but emotions are a very pure, simplistic form of communication. Like, you display an emotion to someone, if they have empathy, they feel the same emotion, that communicates to them exactly how you're feeling. That is communication.
Yeah.
That's why
it certainly doesn't communicate.
I wouldn't say
actually, that's a really good way of phrasing that, because through empathy we do actually receive emotions as information, like in the more formal sense.
That kind of falls in line. So, like, I hold the belief that, cognitive empathy is learned, right? So, like, people aren't born, like, knowing not to hurt other people. It's, like, sort of something that's learned into us, right? And that kind of follows with, like, how our cultures and language work. Like, it's sort of, it's internalized through that.
We actually experience, most people experience some amount of visceral empathy.
See, the issue here is that you are, in fact, arguing with someone who doesn't.
I never said. Wait. I didn't say this. No. I said cognitive.
Right, but the idea,
You said visceral empathy.
There's a difference between empathy and ethics.
Compassion.
Well, no, I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Cognitive empathy versus visceral. Cognitive empathy is saying I can understand your situation, like cognitively, like logically, like I can understand.
Wait, hold
visceral,
on.
you don't. So what I'm saying is cognitive empathy, like the ability to actually understand a person's position and like those things are learned. Like,
hold up, I want to address this really quick. Just LeMonkey said, like, are emotions communication, or are the words or body language used communication? I feel like it's the words or body language used are communication, and what they're communicating are the emotions.
I would agree with that. Like, you have to express the emotion in order for it to be communication.
Yeah. It's emotions are information, but information isn't communication unless it's communicated.
Yeah, so the emotions are.
If you're.
How are you guys defining communication? By expressing it, or whether or not the other party receives the signal?
Receiving it. It's
because you can express.
I would say
unintentionally communicate something that you didn't mean to or didn't even mean, right?
I would say there's no.
And you run into the problem that Luke was talking about earlier with the smoke signals that weren't actually.
Yeah, I never got to finish my answer to that, but I was going to say that the one.
Can I really quick say about the definition of communication, because I think it's important. I think that there isn't. It's really hard to define communication. It's such a complex concept. I mean, there are there's communication where it's intentional, where it's one person to another clearly trying to communicate an idea. There's also just expression where you're not trying to tell anybody anything and you're just letting out a howl of despair, and someone perceives it. I would say that's communication. The smoke signal thing, I think that communication is just about any attempt or any transfer of information, an attempt to do it, or it accidentally gets transferred, anything having to do with the transfer of information from one person to another. It's more complex than just saying they have to be intending it, or someone else has to have received it.
Yeah, they're obviously different. Yeah,
writing a diary is communication, even if nobody ever reads it. Someone could read it. I think that's important. Someone could read it.
But even that, there's communication with the self. The idea that we're self-aware of everything going on with ourselves.
Private language. Guys,
private language. That's not the same thing as...
That's not private language.
It's not the same thing. I know it's not the same thing. I'm just saying, it just reminded me of that, and we're going to have some debates.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important that those aren't even close to the same thing.
Oh my god.
But there is communication with the self. There is the exchange of information with the self, or from different parts of the self to another part of the self. One thing, I've spoken to Frank with this about length, but when you guys spoke about emotions, that riled me up, because one thing people are never aware of is that a lot of people are really bad at communicating with themselves when it comes to their own emotions. And so Frank's whole idea that emotions aren't information, it stems from the fact that he and so many other people in society just aren't able to read their own emotions. They don't realize what the information held within them is. So, because they don't consider them as information.
Sorry, just to clarify, is that something you know about Frank, or anything?
No,
that is something I've directly told her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
this is something we know about each other.
Okay.
So
figured I'd check there.
Yeah.
So in the argument that emotions are communication, emotions are a communication to the self, right? Not necessarily to someone else, but the physical sensation of feeling something is your body or your subconscious communicating with your conscious mind. Oh, this external stimulus or internal stimulus has impacted me in this way. And then you should use that information that it's given you to do something about it. That's what emotions do as communication. They're internal communications. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Hey, you were going to talk about the smoke signals?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, before I was so rudely interrupted...
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Oh, I just thought of something else I wanted to say.
Great.
Oh my god!
Shut up.
I need to make sure that I can talk over hate right about now.
Okay, no worries. I'll just keep talking anyway. In fact, I'll just mute you. So with the smoke signals, I'd say that communication is occurring, but it's not. But because they aren't using the same languages, or I don't remember in the definition, but did the second tribe that's seeing the smoke signal use smoke signals at all, or just using a different system, or not at all?
So. All right, you got to fix your audio, bud.
Yeah, something.
Me? Oh shit! Sorry.
That's Frank from.
Yeah,
so with the hypothetical, of the smoke, the tribes, whatever, they aren't. They're okay. So they're not communicating to one another, right? They aren't using the same mode of communication either, like within their tribes.
The tribe is communicating to its own people. What I was just wondering is if the tribe that's seeing this smoke signals that isn't the one setting them off uses smoke signals like in general, or and just like doesn't use the same system, or doesn't. Use
I don't know. I think like let's entertain both ideas. Like if they didn't, if they didn't have a communication system that included smoke signals. I guess it wouldn't mean much, but they could take some interpretation from it, right?
Yeah, I would. Like if they don't use like smoke signals,
at the very
receive
least, there's like
information from it, but it's probably that there's a fire.
And like that's the information. Even assuming that they also know like smoke comes from fire, like maybe they're a fireless tribe, and then like it could be a signal from God or something, right? Like I don't think I'm saying anything new here, or anything you guys would disagree with, but like it seems like language is something that's is very heavily influenced, like or evolves with experiences of people, and it's a way of communicating our experiences. But like, what I'm kind of curious about is like,
things too.
Well, yeah, but if we're talking about like private language,
wait, what other things?
Well, as an example of the thing that language does, which isn't necessarily sourced simply from experience, while it's a lot of S. You have like imparting commands upon people, right? Like, there are a lot of ways that language can not impart what has happened to you, but also, like, ask that something happen or expect, you know? Like, Wittgenstein talks a lot about that.
Yeah.
And I think that's something different from...
I literally was not paying attention to you when you said that, because I was...
That's okay, we'll just move on and that you missed it then.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
We need to train you away from
on
this
my
stream.
mic.
It's a serious
Is this audio better?
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Alright, sick.
Yeah,
all I was saying was fucking... Basically, I think that separate from your experiences is... the fact that language can also make requests of others, right? It can you can imagine a way you want things to be, and then you can go ahead and order somebody to do something that would make it that way. Mm-hmm. Wittgenstein talks about wishes and orders and stuff a lot.
Yeah,
and I think that's distinct.
God, I am so looking forward to this debate. It's going to be fucking great.
Oh my god!
Just this conversation is good on its own, but it's just I don't know. I feel like it's going to lead to that being even better.
Milcom was saying that, because that's why I got distracted, because I saw Milcom had said that's a strong claim, freedom, and the claim was that different people always understand something different from the same statement. And like, I just want to be clear, it's not that people understand something, like when they hear the same statement, they understand it wholly differently, but that there's always going to be some variation in their understanding of that statement. And maybe there will be uniformity in their actual application of like or how they respond to it. Like, I mean, Milk, did you hear me talking about like the take my hand example? I mean, like when you say take my hand, there are just a ton of different ways that a person can like interpret that statement, like beyond just, you know, they know to take the other person's hand, but they may also have a lot of ideas about why like that's happening.
I feel like it's not necessarily fair to say that like people always receive it slightly differently. That there's variation in it is definitely accurate, but I would say it's like theoretically possible that two people could actually take the same exact thing from.
I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree. Yeah, I think it can be theoretically possible that they'd have the same thing, but
yeah, Milk, that's me. Hey, hi.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I think probably in principle it's like obviously possible. But I also think that it's
probably
quite
not
likely that that's literally never happened.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, like, even if it's people's impressions of or interpretations of a statement can be extremely similar, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the same. And like, your interpretation is like your internal experience is sort of this like vague thing. Like all we can really know. I wish he wasn't so much of a pussy. I wish he'd actually get on and talk. It's so funny.
I know, right?
I
think Milcom needs to like actually hang out with more.
Oh, okay. I have a question for you then. What about mathematics? Right. I think probably that if I make a statement in the language of mathematics, then we both understand exactly the same thing by that statement.
Assuming you both understand the language of mathematics.
And also, the other thing is the understanding. It depends on like what you're counting as understanding. Like I said, like people might be able to uniformly respond like or apply or like actually their actual physical response to a statement might be identical. Like that's really easy. You know, like when you give a bunch of soldiers a command, they all do the exact same thing. They know exactly what they're supposed to do. And I think math, is like that. Like a person might, be given an equation and know how to solve it exactly the same way. And everybody who gets that equation will solve it the exact same way. But that doesn't mean that they have the same thing going on in their heads.
Well, that's not quite what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, for instance, I don't know, the mathematical statement that the decimal expansion of the square root of 2 has no end, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that a mathematical statement like that doesn't leave room for interpretation, right? And I don't necessarily think that the exact...
Insomnia. Stalking.
Does my mic
leave
sound bad?
milk? What the fuck?
I know, but he's getting triggered. He's obviously getting triggered.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that although the exact feelings evoked in each person who hears that might be slightly different, you can still ask a person who understands the meaning of that fact about the square root of 2 and its decimal expansion questions. And if each person understood the statement well, then they will always give you the same answers to the same questions, right? And I think that this means that their understandings are the same, the exact same, even if the exact emotions aren't the same. And yeah, it is behavioral uniformity, except now it's perfect behavioral uniformity to a certain standard.
I wouldn't call it perfect. To a certain standard, yes.
Yeah. And I put that in specifically because I know that obviously the one person doesn't answer the question, is there a 50th number in the decimal expansion of the square root of 2 in the exact same inflection as another person, right? But what I'm saying is that they will give an answer which is the same, and they will have an understanding which is the same.
I don't think the understanding is necessarily the same. I think it appears the same, but I don't see any way that
even if someone has the same definition, like linguistically of something, they can still interpret that differently because the language that the definitions are formed in isn't as precise as the definitions themselves.
I also think I
think more importantly, like people can go through different thought processes to get to the same place, even if it is slightly different. There's not.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the question that I want to ask then. If there is a mark of understanding, which is not how somebody reacts to questions which pertain to what's the word I want to look for? Is there a mark of understanding which is not how people answer questions which pertain to the subject at hand?
So here's the thing. I think in our conversation we have to go back to like what is understanding, and this is also like I think Wittgenstein talked extensively about this and like how kind of a mysterious concept it is. I mean, we can talk about understanding. The only way we can concretely talk about understanding is through seeing if someone, applies the knowledge correctly or applies the rule correctly.
Yeah,
that's
and Wittgenstein talks a lot about like this internal feeling of understanding.
But that's it also. Like there's usually at the same time as that application of the rule correctly, the feeling of understanding. But it is very, very possible, and it happens all the fucking time, where someone thinks they understand something, they feel like, oh yeah, I get it, and they don't fucking get it. Which is so I feel like it's a but then at the same time you can imagine someone who always is able to apply a rule correctly and doesn't have that feeling of understanding.
Well, how do you actually know they understand? Even if they seem to understand.
If you had done the reading,
well, my Discord from the big guy.
I'm getting to the
done
point
the
that
reading, you might understand roots.
you can never actually know anything.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to say. I would like to make one simple claim, and from that, I think that
you're not allowed to make claims.
Yeah. Okay. The claim is that even though perfect understanding can't be verified, it is possible.
What does that even mean?
That's fair.
It
no,
means
I feel like you're just talking nonsense right now. You're just using words
Freedom, I think
and
you're
putting them together.
Freedom, I think you're just not understanding.
If you're going to say that, then how about you let me explain?
No.
Okay. So what I'm trying to express here is that it is not only can you imagine a person who can apply a rule or apply a certain idea completely correctly, right? Not only can you imagine that, I think that is also something which can be achieved in reality, right? Such that if they were to not apply that correctly, then they would then say, oh, I wasn't really thinking about it.
So what you're saying is that two people can perfectly understand something 100%, like the same experience or something. You can never actually know.
What I'm saying.
You can never actually verify that.
Well, no, I'm not saying they have the same experience.
Sorry. The same understanding.
Yeah, I'm saying that they would have the same understanding, and I'm also saying that.
Wait, but by understanding, what do you mean? Do you mean like the application?
By understanding, by understanding, I mean the ability.
Like performative understanding. We'll say performative understanding.
I don't think I don't think that there is an understanding which isn't performative, right?
Well, sure, but just to distinguish it from like feeling like you understand.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, I think that the feeling of understanding is separate from understanding itself, and that performative understanding should be, understood by us as actual understanding.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And from there,
but here's the problem, though. To be fair, the actual use of the word understanding, though, isn't like there is a reason I think it's necessary to make that distinction between performative understanding and standard understanding, because in our language, in our everyday language, and as Wittgenstein would want us to do, we have to take into account the everyday use of our words rather than just this like metaphysical weird definitions that we create. I think it's important to.
Yeah, and I don't know. In my feeling of the everyday use of what I think about with understanding, I think that you can't really you can't perfectly verify understanding, and I think that the feeling of understanding corresponds so little to actually having performative understanding that you can't really even verify.
Does it correspond so little? I mean, we can't really know, but I do.
Well,
no.
Okay,
yes,
what I'm
we
saying,
can.
what I'm
there
saying
have been studies
is that
on that.
I have. What I'm saying is, I think this is true because I know that I have a very strong feeling of perfect understanding sometimes, and then learn about something that would have caused me to make a mistake because I didn't know it before, you know?
Yeah. Well, I would say I experience my perfect understanding when I have my moral intuitions. I have a perfect understanding of what the right thing is to do.
I think a more simple example of perfect understanding would certainly be the example that Wittgenstein brings up.
By the way, I would just like to point out to people, we got Freedom Baby to acknowledge that deep down she actually is a consequentialist or utilitarian.
No, I'm not. I didn't. No, we didn't. No, you didn't give me to. No.
That actually isn't what happened,
this is off topic, but in our last conversation, she had to do utilitarian calculus to do her stuff.
The thing is, here's the thing. So okay.
This is off
probably
topic.
like an ethical utilitarian or something.
No, because I am, and the other thing is like I was trying to justify my moral intuitions, and when I try to justify them, I'm going to rely on utilitarian consequentialism. It's just how it's going to happen. But in the end, like the final cause, like I'm going about it wrong when I am trying to justify it, because I'll always fall back onto this kind of like utilitarian calculus, thinking like, oh, well, this makes sense, that's why it is. But ultimately, in the moment, why I do the thing I do when I feel like something is right is because I feel it is right. It is motivated by that feeling of knowing it is right. And I can imagine why I might feel something is right. Like, oh, maybe I feel it's right because
sounds like you're utilitarian.
Well, okay,
but it very much doesn't though.
It really Here's the thing. Here's the thing: if you're going to ask a question that's off topic that you know somebody's going to object to, then you should not leave them the two options of going further off topic or not responding to the thing they have an objection to.
Yeah. Speaking of which, what were we talking about before Tree brought up that bullshit?
I like that something. I like that. That's good.
Did you just make that?
No, I've had this for a while.
I'd almost believe that was true. I'm not gonna lie. I'd almost believe that was true.
We made it ages ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we made it. We've listened to Roots do his trunking for a long time.
Yeah.
We have a meme perfectly for it.
I didn't know this meme existed.
You didn't have to.
It's not for you. It's for us. It's for us.
It's a form of we're communicating some information with this meme.
We're communicating information,
which everyone but you understands.
Yeah, everyone understands. See, you know what? We just proved that perfect understanding can be achieved because it's been achieved right now.
Wash? What the fuck?
Yes.
It's Bosch. Oh my god, that's excellent.
Oh shit, you're right.
Okay, this started. Wait, Callie, you have the other one, right?
There's another one?
Not of me. No, one of me.
I think I actually have one of. So I have another tree one, and I have one of you.
That one came first.
I can't believe this is a thing.
I like it.
It's beautiful.
So I made the original one for Frank because he was fucking franking every time I tried to speak. Let me see.
That's a good one. It fits.
What is trunking then?
Franking?
Trunking.
What's franking?
Am I just being a
He's franking, dude. Have you
You're just being you. You're just being you. That's what it means.
Dude, have you not seen Frank Frank? It happens constantly.
What does this mean?
It just means he's being himself.
Maybe, Tree, you'd understand if you'd done the reading.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, they taught Wittgenstein talks about you.
Yeah, dude, Wittgenstein used the explicit example of franking. Like in I think it's number 487, but I can't remember exactly. You'd have to check. You know what I'm talking about if you'd done the reading again. Like,
I guess so, but like.
This is when this is our positive.
Okay.
I never saw that one.
Oh, you didn't?
47 is actually a really good one.
Why is it like? Why am I like going up in one part and then I get really angry and like grr in the other one? Like, what's going on?
So there's positive trunks when we agree with you, and then there's negative trunks when you're annoying us.
So there's negative trunks.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. Basically, okay. So this whole thing started because
realistically, though, it should be trunks.
No, because that's a real word. Real words are lame.
I was constant, like when I was talking to people, I was like constantly trying to like psychoanalyze every statement somebody would make, and that turned into the Franks.
Yeah, he would be like, awful. What do you mean by that? Sorry, can you define it? Like, what do you mean? It's constantly, all
when was
the
this?
time.
You sound like a horrible person from this description, but you're normally fine. When was this?
Yeah, that's because I made the Franks meme to beat him into place.
When was this?
When was this? Like a month and a half ago?
You were fine a month and a half ago when I was talking to you, so I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
right?
but
Here's a question. I thought of a question. What I was doing was I was trying to like start putting together my argument for like a fucking, what do you call it? Like I was trying to formalize my argument for a private language, right?
Sure.
And I had a really interesting question regarding this definition of communication, right? The transfer of ideas. Wouldn't it make more sense to describe communication as the expression of ideas? Not even, right?
Well, here's the thing. Earlier, I think, did you not hear when we were talking about it, where I said, like, it's a complex concept that it says it's things having to do with, like, the transfer of ideas. Like whether it be...
No. I was there for that. And I think at the very least, I think language is the rules which we use to govern communication. But I also think that you can use the rules of language to govern things that aren't communication. Does that make sense?
Can you give an example?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the diary, for instance, right? You're not transferring there.
No, but see...
Well, you are transferring the ideas, just not to another person who understands them, necessarily.
What?
Again, this is communication.
Well, you
with
are
the self.
transferring the ideas. You're transferring them into the diary.
It's a potential for the transfer of ideas
and
as well.
They might be transferred to another person.
Would you consider yourself in the past to be like another entity in the communication?
Well, I think that we'd still call it we'd still call it language, even if you never read it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, language would be well, yeah, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about communication, right? Like he said, he's saying that that the language could govern something that's not communication, and this example is of it not being communication, at least as far as Samia is concerned.
I mean,
although
so
I would say,
right. So either way, it's language. The possible disagreement here is whether or not it's communication.
So I think it still is communication because a number of people like journal or diary either to communicate with their future self or to communicate with their self parts of themselves that they don't understand, right? To like increase their understanding of themselves and in doing so communicate concepts to themselves. In order. And
then also, you can imagine how long down the road, like maybe like the Diary of Anne Frank or some shit, like that diary might be read by somebody, even if the person isn't going to read it, even if they never intended for anybody else to read it, it may later on down the road be read by somebody.
We could put it this way. I think that language can be used for things that aren't intended to be communication, but they might still be communication.
I think diaries are intended to be communication, though.
I think that's a rather broad generalization that they aren't necessarily.
I think definitely it's reasonable to say that in order to say that a given use of language isn't communication, you have to know whether or not it's being received. Does that make sense?
I don't think so. I would say. Sorry. Can I?
Sorry. Wait,
as long as.
Fine.
Go ahead, Nate.
Okay.
What's your actually?
Okay, Samyan. I think that whether or not a diary is is necessarily communication or not depends on whether externally, void of the arguments about internal communication. Depends entirely on whether or not a private language can exist.
God damn it! Okay,
I don't think so. But the thing is, I was going to say.
Sorry, not me. That is my actual opinion there. But go ahead.
But for me, I think that it's communication if there is the potential for the transfer of ideas.
Right.
Or a type of communication.
Which is
okay.
Which is why if it can be in a private language, then there can be no communication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so we're asking if language can exist without communication, then, with the question of the private language.
Well, that would be private.
I mean,
if language can be used without communication.
Well, no, but private language can be used for communication within the self, right?
Monkey just brought up a pretty interesting point that I think is probably relevant.
Is there a difference? Is there a difference between self-communication and processing information?
I think so. I think processing information is also a thing that diary can be used for, but that self-communication is like trying to discern information about yourself that isn't immediately that isn't something you already consciously aware of.
Those seem like the same thing to me, actually.
Yeah, I would say that.
Monkey. Monkey. I'm just curious.
Go ahead.
No. I was just going to ask Monkey to write his opinion on it, or her opinion, or whoever. I don't know. Sorry. His or her. They don't give a shit, so his opinion.
Fair.
High five.
Yeah.
Well, I lost it. I'm trying to bring it back.
I/don't give a shit. Yeah.
When you're communicating with yourself, it doesn't have to be information about yourself that you're communicating.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can be so yeah, it is basically the same thing.
Actually, here's a thing. Does it qualify as communication if you're communicating the information to someone who already has that information? I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
They don't know the content of the communication.
I definitely think that I think the word potential actually matters more than I initially thought here, right?
Yeah.
I really think that if it is to be considered communication, I think the most important criteria is that it has the potential to transfer ideas. And the reason I would say that is because every example that I can think of that involves breaking the idea of breaking this definition of communication just always involves stuff where there is the potential, but that potential isn't actually realized. You know?
Right. Yeah, I think it is probably a better way of defining it to focus on the potential there, because
and I also think that makes private language much more difficult, because that brings us back to what I think the actual idea of a private language is, which is, could you create a language which you could not possibly teach to somebody else? Because there is no potential of communication.
Yeah. Well, that is the question that we will be arguing about in, how long.
Yeah. I just wanted. I'm glad we've got our definitions fucking vaguely worked out now. Maybe we should actually talk about the reading now.
What? No.
What do you mean?
It is for the record. It has now been exactly an hour since we started, so now we should probably start talking about the reading.
Anyway, who here has actually done the reading?
Me.
Although I do need to head out sometime because I have shit to do.
You always are flaking. You're fucking Galt. You're John Galt, and you're flaking like crazy.
Goddamn, Frank, you need to be more of a busybody like me.
Yeah, seriously. Anyways, okay. Well, so does anybody have any thoughts on the reading that we did today? Immediately.
Lots of small thoughts.
Yeah. Let's hear them. Samyad.
I didn't organize them. Give me a break here.
Okay. Yeah, neither did I.
Real quick.
Oh, wait.
Who just
something just said. He wishes this meeting could be on Saturday. Well, we have
How
to
do
talk
other people feel about that? Because I'd be okay with having this on Saturday.
I would be okay with it as well.
I would have absolutely no issues with Saturday, but I would have to change my response to a certain poll.
I work on Saturdays, but I also don't do the readings anyway, so.
So it might be.
Literally every Saturday except next Saturday is going to be fine. But Sundays just kind of suck for me. In general.
That's fair.
So.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it more later.
But then I would only have 6 days to do the reading, and I never read it at the last second.
Well, of course.
Well, we
nobody
won't change
here.
it next week.
Nobody here wakes up at 10 or so, does the entire reading.
I don't think it would make sense.
I never do that. I always read it so far ahead.
I
don't think it would make sense to do a change next week either way. Just
if we want to change it, we should do it starting the week after, which is probably when
just so everybody knows.
We can talk about it later.
Thinking,
yeah.
Also, do a poll or something.
Hey, I don't remember how much is left in the Wittgenstein reading actually.
Not much. So we read up till 546, and so the thing is, there's extra pieces, little extra fragments, but the main text, I think. Ends very soon. It ends, because we are to 546, and the last one it's 693. So it's another 30 pages.
Is the end of the numbered bits the end of the text we need to read? I thought that it was separated into a part 1 and a part 2.
So the way it is, there is a part 2, but they also call it something separate because this was compiled by people after he died, and so now. They changed the name to something in my edition, which is a later edition. It's not part 2; it's Philosophy of Psychology, and we should still read it. I actually don't think I finished. I did not finish reading it, and that is actually a significant bigger chunk.
Okay, so it's a fairly different part of Wittgenstein's philosophy,
right?
But I think it's still worth reading. So that would be another. So that's another. Let me see here. like so it's another 372 sections on top. But so like that would be, and it's let me see how many pages it actually is.
40. So it would be like 2 more weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I would be down to read that, honestly. Like, I think that would be good to read.
Yeah, sure.
You know what? That would make Fiction Month start like on a cleaner month break too, which would be nice.
And you know what else? It lets us avoid Hegel for longer.
Well, we already are avoiding. No, we already are avoiding Hegel for longer because Milcom can't, because Milcom's the only one who fucking understands it at all. Like, he actually understands it. And so he can't do anything until September 29th, I believe. And so we're waiting for him to do it because it's like a disaster without him being able to help us. So we're going to put it off. And like, we'll have more, we're thinking about other stuff we can do, like whether after this, we were talking about maybe doing some fiction or a lighter reading. That might be nice, just to like.
I really like the idea of Fiction Month. It just seems like.
I think that'd be fun.
But we also a little lighter and like a way to get more people interested as well, which would be nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since that's about when we'll probably start releasing it as a podcast.
Oh my god. Hey, I'm so glad you're here to be the one to.
And the only people that will listen to it are the people in the podcast.
Yeah,
you could call these episodes like the prequels or something. Prequel implies they're afterwards.
Well, but the thing is, the real prequel is the Kant episode, which will never be released because it doesn't exist.
Wait, no, it does. Yes, it does.
Oh, does Kant?
No, the first one that doesn't, the one that doesn't exist. So the ones that don't, we didn't record Camus.
Oh right,
it doesn't matter
we did
because that discussion was garbage.
It was garbage. No, but wasn't the hour after I left the really good bit? No.
That was in what is it like to be a bat? And that was pretty good. But Riemann, totally fine. He's not even fucking here, like a fucking
fuck
slacker.
He's usually
legit.
I know, right? I missed his voice that goes like this.
Do you?
This is kind of how he talks, Riemann.
I don't remember how Riemann talks.
I know what you're talking about.
That's a really bad imitation of the way he talks. I like the way he talks.
No, I don't dislike it.
Your imitation before, this is about the reading, by the way. This is about understanding. Your imitation of him before was a better reflection of the information that he communicates with his voice than what you did now.
Yeah, well, I mean, because I wasn't trying to say things that he says.
Oh, fucking, okay, Le Monkey, I actually have something pertinent to what you're putting in here.
No, read what he says. Read what he says, though.
Yeah, for example, when you create some mathematical proof of something, you create new information out of existing information. The same thing happens when you reflect on your... Yeah, okay. So,
no, read the whole
thing. Okay, fine. The same thing happens when you reflect on your emotions. There is some existing information, and by processing it, you can create new information. Okay, so what I want to say here is Wittgenstein actually has something to say about this. And
Monk, you do the reading, bitch.
He doesn't talk about doing a mathematical proof as creating new information. He talks about it as revealing information that's already there, right? So, for instance, when we have some expression of the form like x equals 28 plus 3, right? When we then simplify that down to x equals 31, we're not actually creating new information. We're just changing its form in order to reveal what was already there. And if you actually break mathematics down, you'll find that there are only two things: definitions and stuff that works like this.
Well, this is
right?
giving me Chuck Tadas flashbacks, because I think that he definitely says like all expressions or like equations are just rearranging things. Like, you're never saying anything new in an equation, no matter how you rearrange it. Like, he says that.
And so you're right that you can uncover new understanding by doing those manipulations, but you can't actually get new information. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, wait. Get new. What is new? How do you define new information, though?
Well, okay. Okay, now that I think about it, it's actually really weird. Because if I want to assert that you can't get new information, I also kind of have to assert something that I found myself also agreeing with Wittgenstein on, which was that if like, for instance, if you have some series, right, which goes 1 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, just odd numbers from 1. That when you understand it, you don't really understand the entirety of the series at once, right?
You understand the rule that governs it, yeah.
Yeah, you understand the rule that governs it. And so I guess you could probably say that you understand the rules that govern something, but you actually can uncover new information. Like, say, for instance, that you didn't understand the pattern of how to tell if something is an odd number. You didn't know if it was, you didn't know that if the last number in decimal is a 1, 3, 5, 7, or a 9, that it's odd, right? If you didn't know that, then you would be uncovering new information every time you counted up one more time in that sequence. You'd be learning about a new odd number.
How do you define new information, though? It's like new to you, like you didn't know it before, but does that make it new? I don't know.
We're not talking about new information in the like broad sense. We're talking about new to you. Uncovering new information isn't necessarily uncovering information that no one else has. It's uncovering information that you don't have.
Well, because then, like, when you rearrange an equation, it is new information in the sense that you see a relationship you didn't see before. Like, when you have, like, x equals, like, the integral of, like, x squared from, like, x equals 0 to x equals 4, like, you don't know what that value is until you solve it, and you say, like, okay, so it equals 2x. I can't do it in my head.
Yeah, okay. I guess the important thing to know is that from an information theory standpoint, that information was already there, but like from an understanding standpoint, that information wasn't with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not really talking information theory here.
Yeah. I guess the real point that I'm trying to make here is there's two different kinds of information here, and I didn't recognize that at first.
Wow, you're so dumb.
I know, right? X squared from 0 to 4. God, the integral of x squared.
So it would be 2x and then 8. Is it 8?
Wait, no, that's the derivative.
I said integral. That is integral. Because x squared. Because, like, no.
Integral. Shit. Never mind.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Well, wait, so integral would be...
No, that would be whatever 64 over 3 is.
Well, would that be 3x over 3? I think
Wait a minute.
Right. From 0 to 4, that's 3x over 3 is...
Oh, shit, I haven't done this kind of math in so fucking long. Oh, my God.
5x over the power? Oh,
wait, no, that's not right. No. I think it's 2x over 3. God damn it. I don't know.
I think the answer is that we need to not be doing that.
Wait. Are you trying to do the integral? Are you trying to do the derivative?
Yeah, we're doing the integral. It's the integral of x squared.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
But it would be 1/3 x to the third.
You're right. My brain didn't remember the fucking inverse power rule.
Right.
I got it. I haven't done it in so long. Oh, whatever. It's fine. It's all good. I'm just wondering.
Look, the real answer is that we're all small brain, and we need to not be doing math.
So that's what 16 times 4 is like 64.
Someone already had 64 thirds. Something already said it.
64 thirds, yeah. Okay. 64 thirds. Anyway, so yeah, we got new information. We got new information in like an informal sense of the word information when we came up with 64 over 3.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm just wondering about...
Except Lee Monkey. Lee Monkey has the big monkey brain.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. But he's out, but it's canceled out by the fact that his mic is off.
Yeah, it is. It is entirely canceled out by that fact, actually.
Yeah.
This is some riveting philosophical conversation.
I know,
it really is,
know.
yeah. It's
so
anyway.
It's pretty great.
I was just wondering about, did we want to do that debate, and what's the timeline for that? Because I mean, it's already been like an hour and a half, right? And we have to have some prep time for the teams, I guess.
I mean, we only took like, how long did we take for the prep last time? Because we probably need about the same amount or less.
Well, we didn't like have a specified time. We just said like go.
Yeah, we just said once you're done. I'm just saying that we'll probably take about the same amount of time this time.
Probably like 15 minutes is my guess.
Planning. I can tell you that it's 10 megabytes. Is that helpful?
Wow,
planning. Wow, wait, planning was like 40 minutes. Holy shit. Was it really? Damn, yeah, planning was like 40 minutes. Okay, cool.
It took a while. Well, yeah, but also we were going in blind. I think
we were going in pretty blind. I think a lot of us have prepared a lot for this one. At least, in some ways, we've especially.
Wait, who are the ones who prepared? Who are the ones who have prepared?
No,
I've prepared in a vague sense.
Because I feel like I didn't prepare. We should have at least one person who's prepared on either team, right?
Hey,
I'm gonna put up a random generator to set up the teams.
Does anybody else here have this problem where if they're writing in a text document and then they completely lose their train of thought, but they still need to try, but their brain is still forcing words out? They just end up with this short profanity-laden excerpt of their brain.
That does not happen to me.
Oh, no, that never happens to Freedom.
But what will happen to me is
I have point 1, which is definition, point 2, which is definition, point 3. This is the shit.
Great. So Samia, I'm guessing you prepared.
Sort of. I have an idea, but I haven't formalized it.
So Hate and Somniad are going to be team leaders because they've actually fucking prepared. Has anybody else prepared? No. Okay. So
it doesn't matter because I'm leaving.
Yeah.
That's really disappointing though, because I way prefer to be on the team with Somniad. But
aww, that's so cute. I mean, if you want, you can, and I'll be on the other team because, even though I haven't prepared, I have maybe slightly.
I'm just going with completely random teams.
Are we picking our team members, or are we just?
Well, no, but I was just saying. What I want to do, I want to have it be spaced out, so not people who are just completely. Let's just have one person who maybe. I mean, I don't know. I guess everybody kind of.
Well, if we look at the teams and it looks like one's just seriously underpowered, then we can decide to regenerate.
Who are our high power members? Guys, can we attribute...
Roots is clearly low power.
I don't contribute that much. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been taking a practice exam for my FAA test this entire time.
Alright, so here's the thing. I think that of the people who do the most talking and most readily express the ideas in their head, we've got Freedom, Hate, me, something is on that list,
but he's gonna leave.
Yeah.
Ahoy Foiba,
sorry.
You sometimes have good words to say, but sometimes you just kind of sit there. Wow, that sounded mean. I'm fucking sorry.
Compliment.
That's
all I heard.
Okay, got it. You often have good things to say.
Since I actually Frank has to leave, we could have the teams be the most talkative people, but only 3 of them, and then everybody else.
Monkey asks really good questions.
Monkey asks really good questions, yeah.
Monkey has big brain.
Monkey, you should really, get some way of getting rid of your background noise, because, try out the Discord noise cancellation, because lots of background noise is annoying, but also you have good ideas, so that would be nice to have in a more active sense.
And then Callie talks sometimes, and when they talk, it's good, and when they don't, it's nothing.
Yeah.
So
I can generate teams now, if we want.
Do that.
Okay.
Are we gonna do the
my
switch
first
thing,
generation of teams are let's see. Okay. Bad. Hate 9, Roots, Freedom Baby, and Lee Monkey versus Hoi Foiba, Somniad, and Callie. That seems.
Oh, that's not bad. How's that
seems
bad?
like Group 2 is a little suffering there. I mean, Somniad's good.
I don't see that as an issue.
I don't think so. I think that was good.
Okay.
Where are we looking
if that seems fine, I'm fine with that. I'm just thinking.
I mean,
Can you post
I
a
am a
list
little
of
bit-
these so that way we can refer to them?
You are actually.
I'm actually a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about just completely fucking dominating my own side of the discussion.
Dude, you guys, I think it'll be fine. And the thing is, Samia, you'll just have to keep yourself in check.
Actually, no, I've got to regen it because we didn't decide what the sides are. So let's say
Monkey has to leave.
Group 1 is for, Group 2 is against.
Oh yeah.
Oh, who has
Monkey
to
has to leave. So take him out of the.
Oh, okay, cool. That at least means we can have even teams. I mean, it's a shame because Monkey seems pretty good, but it will be nice to not have teams. Okay. So I say Team 1 is for.
But now we have a microwave.
Against.
Wait, never mind.
Maybe not.
What?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Never mind, don't worry about it.
Just do it. Just
Cool.
go.
So team 1 is for, team 2 is against. All right. Okay. Hoi Foiba, Hate 9, and Roots are for. Callie, Somniad, and Freedom Baby are against.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, I can do it.
That
All
sounds
right.
good.
So.
Oh, we have to make another voice chat. So.
Yeah. Here, if you want, I can, or we can
Call it Genera 2.
Call it what?
Genera 2?
That is the name.
Okay. I'll have
Right now we have a voice channel.
Yeah, it's Genera 1. The other one was called Genera 2. Yeah.
Okay, now we have 2. All right.
Cool.
And so, we're going to go by the honor system because some people can see but, just don't look at, if you want to type, if you need to type,
Team 1 chat goes in Team Uno, Team 2 chat goes in Team Dos.
And, don't look at the other team's chat, but, it's okay. It's just a trust thing, right?
Okay.
All right, time to strategize against you. Time to spend all of my time, not doing anything constructive and just breaking you down.
Okay, well, I will keep you in line. So.
All right.
So, are we going to set a time, or do we just want to go until we feel ready?
Let's just go until both teams feel ready.
Yeah, let's just go until both teams feel ready.
All right, sounds good.
Cool. So just to... Oh, what? Freedom just left. Okay, never mind.
I thought we were General 2.
No, we are Team 1. Just General 1.
So we're 4, right?
We are 4, yes. So we are arguing that there can be a private language. I have a really good example of an actual private language.
Wait, don't give it away, Is Callie even there?
Yeah, we never checked.
Oh, yeah, Kelly, are you here?
If not, we might have to shake it up again. We need to choose a random...
Why don't we just put all the names into, a random number generator?
I did that. That's how we got the teams.
Wow, this is great.
Okay. In that case, we're actually going to have to move around the person to Team 2.
Wait, no, we won't. No, we won't, because it's still 1, 2, 3. That would still be 5. So it'd be 3 versus 2 anyways. It would still be 3 versus 2 anyways if Callie
but without Callie, it's just you and me versus everyone else.
No, versus 3 people versus Hate, Monkey, or versus Hate, High Fiber, and Roots, which is 3 versus 2. Yeah, so it's it doesn't matter. It's fine. I think we can do Somniad. We can take him down. No. We can take him down. We'll shred him. We're going to shred.
Yeah, to be fair, my team is a little handicapped because we have Roots on us, so that should be alright.
Okay. We have 2 that have done the reading versus 2 that have done the reading, I think.
Hoy, did you do the reading?
Did for this week, but
cool.
Good enough. Well, actually, I think the reading for last week is more important.
Yeah, I did a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
Not the whole thing.
It doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't fucking matter.
It's fine.
All right, ready?
Let's go.
All right, I think we can start preparing now.
Okay, all right. Well, meet back up.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here, loser.
All right. At this point in the recording, our teams split off to plan for the debate. The following is discussion for Team 1, which will then be followed by the discussion for Team 2, and then the actual debate. Enjoy.
I didn't want to argue 4. It seems a lot harder.
I think this will be a lot of fun. Actually, I'm kind of glad we got 4. Well, I'm glad I got 4.
What was your idea of a private language?
Oh yeah, I actually have an example of because conlangs are a beautiful thing. I have an example of a conlang that someone made with internal reference points, so references to their qualia. Which is probably actually not possible for other people to learn. I'm going to see if I can find the actual reference to it.
But probably as kind of. I guess you can never know if someone could, because whatever. But if nobody's learned,
if it's got if it has references to specific qualia, I'm not sure you can actually learn it.
Maybe there are people maybe there's somebody with similar qualia that can. Well, I guess you can never understand that.
But because you can't know which they're referencing exactly. Let me see if I can find the example because it's really good. While I'm doing that, we'll need to still go over any other angles we might have because that one has some notable possible serious issues. Alright, is.
So what would be the purpose of a private language?
Whoever decided to name their conlang a fucking is like the worst person ever, because it's incredibly difficult to Google.
Is conlang.
Yeah. There's an episode of Conlang Critic on it, which is actually a good resource for that one. Which is really annoying. Okay. Found a video by the creator, Stuart Davis. God, yeah, I wish I had picked a example that was easier to fucking search.
Well, now they have 3 or 4. I don't know if Milk is in it.
Oh, that's a good question. Milk is just listening. Okay. So we have the example of the is language, which is a relatively concrete example of a language that is like, I think that there are other examples of personal conlangs. This is just one that I know of, and I'm pretty sure it's establishable that it's not learnable by people other than its creator. The main issue with looking for personal conlangs is that they aren't very frequently published anything about them, because that doesn't serve a lot of a purpose. Okay, let's see. Okay, I've got a link now to this. Team Uno, okay. On the person's website. But I think even if we don't need to like specifically look too much into this one, because we can say that if a language is created with the express purpose of like talking to yourself, understanding your own like processes. What was there was some discussion on it, but I'm really bad at finding it. Voice text, there we go, right. Because we had some argument about whether or not it's actually possible to like have a language without to have language where there is no communication. And I think if there is language with no communication, then there can be a personal language, right? Well, wait, no. Then there can be a purpose for a personal language, right? Because if you can use language without communication, like externally, is like required for that stuff. I'm gonna mute Team DOS so I don't like have the urge to go look at that chat. So if you're arguing that like for a personal language, we can at least start with there is a purpose for a personal language in communicating either with yourself, trying to discern information about yourself, or in reflecting by like trying to process your own information, because our thoughts are created because a lot of our thought is in language. It can be useful to have a language for thinking in. So that's at least a purpose for a personal language. So it's not a useless concept. So then all we have to argue then is that you can create a language which is impossible for other people to understand. To learn.
I mean, I feel like I'm learning it right now, though, as I'm watching. I'm sorry, I was watching the video that was on the page.
Oh,
it's like, he's teaching it. So at that
Maybe
point,
that
if
one
he's
isn't
teaching
such a
it,
good example.
Yeah, like if he's teaching it, it's no longer.
Well, you can
language,
teach aspects
right?
without it being possible to communicate in, but
Well, he's not like he's like showing words and like conjugations and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, could he teach it so much so that someone else could communicate in it? And I think if he's using his own qualia, like language referring to his own qualia, then it really couldn't be communicated. Like, he could explain the concept, like the construction of it, but yeah. I don't know. I didn't watch the video.
You know what? I think we can ignore that as like an example. I think about it because we do mostly need to argue. We don't really need to argue that it exists. We really mostly just need to argue that it is possible for a personal language to exist, right? So let's see. Language is the rules we use to govern communication. So as long as those rules are not transmissible coherently, then the language is personal. So we have for possible,
this is really hard to argue because, like, if it's understood that the definition that we're using is all communication must necessarily be use language, it's like, well,
all communication uses language, but not all language necessarily
needs to
be communicated. And again, internal communication is still a thing that is a use for language.
That's the thing. Though, like, I personally, I know we're not supposed to argue this, but I personally believe that like your internal language only exists because of the language. Like, people tend to think like whatever language that they're in, and if they think like abstract thoughts, those thoughts are still dictated by like things that are a product of language.
Sure, I agree.
But we can't argue
that doesn't mean that you can't learn to think in a language other than the one that's most predominantly around you. I think you could learn to like communicate. You could probably learn to think in a language other than the one that is like. I think you could learn to think in a language that is not spoken by anyone around you, or anyone who you communicate with. It would be hard as hell, and I'm not sure it'd be worth it, but I think that's a thing that could theoretically be done. Mostly what we have to argue, though, is that you could create a language which isn't transmissible to other people. So the rules are not communicable. One example of something we could base them on then is your internal qualia, just because those aren't something that is communicable to other people. But I'm not sure how much mileage we can get with that argument, so it might be more useful to start from a different place if we can come up with one. So... and how you would make qualia-based linguistics. It's also difficult, especially it would be very difficult because the whole point is that it wouldn't be communicable. Okay, no, because you could have words which don't have definitions; they have links to internal qualia instead of definitions. And so the only way to communicate them is to communicate those actual qualia. That makes... I think that works.
You communicate the qualia.
Like, because you can still, like, you can have tokens for, like, you can have externally communicable tokens for those qualia, but they won't be exactly the same because people do experience things differently.
Well, the issue becomes like, do you think that people can always understand something if it's put into like it's verbalized? Like, do you think this is a language that could exist outside of like a verbal thing? Like,
I mean, a private language, by not being able to be communicated, would have to be entirely internal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you would still be able. You could still theoretically have a personal language which is speakable, just that the speaking wouldn't be particularly useful because it wouldn't be possible for other people to understand it. But that's a very good point, actually, that it might be easier to think of this if we don't think of it in terms of, like, the more common type of language, because we do have a rather broad definition of language to work with right here, right? We have a definition of language which is just that it's the rules we use to govern communication. So as long as that communication isn't something... Oh, there's something there, actually, yeah. As long as those rules aren't used to govern... or can't be used to govern communication, like, between people... No, that's not right, never mind. But, like... I'm having trouble explaining this, which is either a good sign or a bad sign, and I don't know which.
Yeah, I'm having trouble even, like, conceptualizing the idea of, like, concepts that aren't communicable. Like, there's qualia, but, like,
we have tokens which we generally assume refer to the same qualia between people, or
right.
something similar.
Like red.
Yeah. The issue is that we're trying to describe things which are
which
are difficult to describe or possibly impossible to describe, and if they're impossible to describe,
nice debate topic.
Then we win, but also it's incredibly difficult to argue then.
Yeah, like I said at the time when somebody said we could have a debate about private languages. Well, we just learned about how they're impossible. So like, why are we debating?
Well, we just learned that Wittgenstein thinks they're impossible, and Wittgenstein was a very smart cookie, but he wasn't perfect.
Well, yes, but he invented the idea of the private language to begin with, and then just in order to deny that it existed.
So, yes, but we do have an advantage here, and that advantage is that we are using a definition of language which isn't necessarily one that Wittgenstein would always agree with. The definition of language we're using is one that I made up, but it's also the one that they're probably using, because we did actually agree on it in the last debate.
Ooh, that's
a solid advantage we have there.
Pretty cunning there.
It wasn't even really intentional. It's just how that happened to occur. But yeah. Well, I say I made up. I wasn't the only one involved in this creation, but you know, the team I was on made up. I don't remember who all was on that team actually, because it was like a solid number of weeks ago. But so, yeah, I'm just trying to think of how you could link words to qualia in a sense that works for like internal communication or internal processing.
Oh.
Kelly. But yeah, so I think the easiest way to actually argue it might be to come up with a language that you use it to process something, and then fail to communicate it to other people. But that wouldn't actually prove that it's impossible to communicate, just that you're incapable of it.
We could just get in there and make a bunch of noises and get mad at us for not making any sense. We're like, well, we understand it ourselves. And then, do we have a private?
I understand it. Why don't you?
I guess no wait. Well, one thing you could make.
Well, the thing is, the language doesn't have to use sounds.
One argument you could make is that, let's say when you think, right, your brain interprets it through language, puts like a mask of whatever language you've learned, because you intend to communicate it, right? Mm-hmm. But if you were to never have that mask of language, you could still have the internal language. So like your brain is like translating from your internal language to another, to the language of others, right? Like an external language. So it's like you have this internal idea, right, that I want to express. But if no one was around to express it, I could have that idea, right, on its own, internally. But if I can't actually express it until I have that external language. But because I'm expressing it with an external language, or I'm intending to later on, or I use it so often, my brain already like thinks in that external language. But I can't have an internal language. It's just that our external language takes precedent because we're so used to it, because we've been conditioned to use it.
Actually, you know what? I think we can simplify our argument more. I think if we can confirm that there is such a thing, if we can sufficiently argue that it is possible to have an idea that is communicable, like any idea or internal thing at all that is fully incommunicable, that it is possible for there to be more, and then that that is sufficient for a language. So I think if we can argue that there is like any idea at all internally that is incommunicable, there are two ways to go about that. Either something that people in general have that's incommunicable, or an internal experience which is unique and thus because of that incommunicable. An example I think of there is, I don't think I could properly communicate the experience of visceral empathy to someone who fully hasn't experienced it.
I'm feeling really called out right now.
Well, no, because you have, like, once. So that's not, even you're not, like, a proper example of that, right? Like, I think we would...
I don't even know if
sorry, what?
I couldn't communicate to you the experience of ego death, but I understand it. If I were to try to explain it, you would just think it was gibberish, or it was...
I conceptually understand ego death, but ego death might be also a good example.
Doesn't make sense. Like, the feeling of it doesn't match up to the reality of what's going on. So, like, when I try to explain it, you know, you don't have any sort of similar experiences with which to latch onto.
I feel like even if we don't intend to, whatever our argument is going to come out sounding like nonsense.
Maybe that's what we should intend from the beginning. Because if they can understand our argument, then we've already won.
Alright, I think ego death works as that. So I think if we can just lay out the argument, like premise, conclusion, etc. For like, if an idea is incommunicable, for why having a single incommunicable idea is enough is enough to prove that it's possible to have an internal personal language. I think we can work with that, actually. I think ego death is a good example, actually, for that. We don't need it to be fully unique. Only an idea that one person can't I mean,
I can't really communicate the experience of ego death to another person who's experienced it. We can both identify that we've experienced something similar, but we can't. It's not the same experience for any two people.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's entirely possible to have enough unique experiences that you can't. That you could probably base a language off of it and not be able to communicate any of that language to anyone else coherently.
Okay, so...
I think. So, we need to just formalize this a little.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
You know what? I'm going to get a beer. Maybe that'll help me.
That might help. I could pour myself some wine. It's like nearly 4.
We're getting drunk again on the fucking meeting.
Again? This will be the first time for me. Actually, you know what? Maybe just a little bit of coffee would be better for me than a little bit of wine. Yo, have you ever had coffee beer?
No.
I had one time. That was actually pretty good. It was like a limited run, which was really annoying. Because like, it didn't like perfectly taste like coffee. But it had like some origin characteristics and like a decent amount of like a decent variety of the flavors in it.
And I don't drink coffee. Did it have like more depth or like to the flavor, or was it like just a weird mix?
It didn't
did it taste like Bailey's or something?
No. Like Bailey's is a coffee-based alcohol. This was like a coffee-based beer, which it wasn't really sweet. Gross. It was interesting. I don't know if I drank it a lot, but it was certainly an interesting experience. And I'm having trouble communicating it. Okay. So I guess the final stage of the argument I'm trying to go with is if internal experience is Okay, so the first premise that needs to be justified is if an internal experience is fully incommunicable, even to someone who has had a similar experience, it is possible it's possible for enough of those to exist in order to form the basis of a personal language. You need to then argue that you can use those to form the basis of a personal language, of a language, which would then make it personal, right? So, basis of a language. Language would be necessarily incommunicable because its foundation is fully incommunicable. Because its foundation is ideas which are themselves incommunicable. Let's see. I want to finish our argument with and to prove that these experiences are fully incommunicable, let's have Hoi Foiba desperately attempt to explain ego death for 5 minutes.
Oh god. I mean, I could, but I don't feel like we wouldn't get anywhere, so I think we would.
I mean, that would be the point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's actually a good idea, but it certainly sounds entertaining.
I'm watching the video on Is right now.
Nice. If there is at least one instance of an experience which is fully incommunicable, even to someone who has had a similar experience, it is possible for incommunicable experiences to exist. If fully incommunicable experiences can exist, a person who has experienced enough incommunicable experiences could use them as the basis for a language. It is thus theoretically possible for enough of such that's redundant now. Okay. Such a language would be necessarily incommunicable because its foundation would be fully incommunicable. Does that entirely make sense to you two?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. We may have something here. I feel like we do need to make this a little more, I don't know, truthy?
Truthy. I just there is the example of ego death, but somebody might deny that it's something that's incommunicable. Because you can communicate the fact that you have experienced ego death, and somebody who else has experienced it may hear it and identify with the experience, and therefore you would be communicating the experience in a sense.
What if wait? What if we do the ultimate move and argue that all language is personal language and that no information can be fully communicated as intended?
That's a spicy one. I like that.
We've already got one possible argument here for some personal language is possible. What if we then go with yes, because yes, you're right. You could communicate ego that you've experienced ego death to someone else, and their experience might have a similar cause, but you would actually be communicating something a completely different experience to them than what you have experienced.
You've adopted an external language as your personal language, but the language doesn't actually describe any exact same experience because nobody's experience is the exact same. So every language is a personal language.
I'm pretty sure Wittgenstein said something similar to that, but then went on to explain. I'm trying to remember the passage right now.
Sorry. Hello, Microwave. I don't know if Microwave and Electric Ooze have suddenly joined our teams 1 and 2 respectively, or if they're just listening in. I guess if Microwave contributes, we'll know.
Well, I think Ooze has joined.
Yeah, I see Ooze on theirs. Ooze is also muted though, so I don't know if they're both just listening. I now really want to go with the argument that all language, that any time a person adopts a language, it becomes a personal language, and they lose the ability to communicate it to others. And that what we're thinking of as a language is actually just the rules that govern how that language is adopted, and that the personal language itself is actually fully incommunicable. I want to do this now.
It's basically directly contradicting Wittgenstein at this point.
Yeah, but that's okay because we've got a definition of language that contradicts Wittgenstein.
Hell yeah!
We're gonna go full in on this one. This is so dumb. I love it.
Alternatively, it is so fucking intelligent we may have revolutionized the idea of language.
That's also possible. That's really how philosophy works, right? You think about stupid shit until you completely lose the ability to communicate your ideas to other people coherently, and you have to have somebody else explain what you meant to someone else who can actually communicate it to regular people, and then eventually you get acknowledged as the best philosopher of all time 6 generations after you die. Okay, so now we need to formalize our ultimate Chad argument of all language is in fact personal language. And then we may or may not actually use this argument because it is pretty dumb, but also pretty big brain.
How much longer? About 5 years. We've got to write a book about this.
Okay. Described as learning language is effectively the process of
You said a few years.
How long do we actually think this will take? Go with like 10 to 30 minutes, probably. If it takes longer than if we're 20 minutes further and we don't know and we still haven't really figured our shit out, then we'll just go with the simpler form of the argument.
Sure.
Oh, she's gonna get so mad when you say that too.
So, it's actually a process. What we describe as learning a language is actually a process of applying the general concepts of the broader rule set to our own internal qualia. When I say I am happy, you apply
I want to go check that out, bro.
Alright.
Hold on.
And
Mr. Monk. How goes it?
Cool. We're currently revolutionizing the entire concept of language, and we've decided that we're going to argue that all language is necessarily personal language. We're going hard on this one. All internal experiences are impossible to fully communicate to other people. What we describe as learning a language is actually the process of applying the general concepts of the broader rule set to our own internal qualia, and actually creating a language from that. That language is fully incommunicable to other people, and in some sense doesn't actually translate properly when communicating with other people, because we are, in fact, at that point, speaking different languages. I'm going to actually write that bit down. I just did that on the fly. The second bit. When I say I am happy to you, you accept the token happy and think of the concept you internally assign to the token happy. But the token happy actually means different things to you than it does to me. For instance, for a very exaggerated example, let's say I've had depression for literally as long as I can remember. In that case, my concept of happiness will have been linked to the token happy at a time when I cannot even link it to a similar concept to what most people would think of, or a concept similar to anything most people would think of when they describe the word happy.
Okay. Makes sense.
And then to just make sure I'm actually stating the conclusion, in this way, all language is necessarily internal language. And now I'm just going to do the thing I always do. Post my long-ass, well, relatively long Word doc, or text doc in chat.
So is that what we're basing our argument off of?
I think so, yeah. Unless we can see any issues with it. If we've seen issues with the first bit, then we need to. Then we will just lose. If we see any issues with that, we can't argue against that is. If we see any issues with the second bit, then we just stick with the first bit.
Okay.
So the first bit is, if an internal experience is fully incommunicable, even to someone who has had a similar experience, it is possible for incommunicable experiences to exist. If fully incommunicable experiences can exist, a person who has experienced enough incommunicable experiences could use them as the basis for a language. And such a language would be necessarily incommunicable because its foundation would be fully incommunicable. Anywhere we can theoretically argue against that from. Hoyle roots.
Sounds alright to me.
What I mean is, if you were going to argue against that, what would you do?
Well, what is the purpose of these? What is the purpose of that language that these incommunicable experiences would be forming?
Assuming we're just going with the earlier form of the argument, that the point of that internal language would be purely for internal processing and reflection. Or it could be created or if we're going to go with the second one, it could be created in an attempt to create a language to create a language which you can use to experience with other people, but would be flawed enough that it would be impossible to use it to communicate with other people, or in fact to communicate it to other people itself.
Okay, well let's think about the second one then.
All internal experiences are impossible to fully communicate to other people. What we describe as learning a language is that... God, this sounds so fucking conspiracy theory now. What we describe as learning a language is actually the process of applying the general concepts of the broader rule set, which we would normally call a language, to our own internal qualia. That internal language is then completely incommunicable, and any communication occurring through our version of that language and someone else's will lose information because we're not actually speaking the same language, which I fucking capitalize. When I say I am happy to you,
the capitalization makes it seem much more conspiratorial.
What?
The capitalization makes it seem much more conspiratorial.
It really does. I fucking love it. I'm really happy with this now. I don't even care if we lose. It's just too beautiful. When I say I am happy to you, you accept the token happy and think of the concept you internally assign to the same token. But the token happy actually means different things to you than it does to me. For example, for For a very exaggerated example, let's say that I've had depression for literally as long as I can remember. In this case, my concept of happiness will never have been linked to a token happy that someone else would... fuck. I went off script. In this case, my concept of happiness will have been linked to the concept happy... to the token happy... at a time when I cannot even link it to a similar concept to what most people would think of when they say happy. In this way, all language is necessarily internal language. I fucked up there. It is necessarily personal language.
Yeah. Private language.
Private? Is it private? Okay, private.
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go.
All right.
God, this
I
is
think
so
we
dumb.
can take this and go.
Okay, I think we're ready. Yeah. Cool.
All right.
This is beautiful and dumb, and I'm so happy with it. Okay, you can. And edit about.
All right, we're as ready as we're gonna be.
Yep.
I didn't even need to type it like that.
We are ready.
Ready.
This is so dumb. I'm so happy with it. And now here's the discussion for Team 2.
All right.
All right.
Okay. So wait, are we?
All right, let's be the big guy.
We're against.
We're against.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Which is a shame because I had a really good idea.
I know, right? I wanted to argue against Arc 4.
Wait. But I did propose the team switch. I'm pretty sure we're going to get to do that later.
Oh, okay, sounds good. But let's one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let me
okay.
write down what time we're at so I know for the recording. So we're at 1 hour 21 minutes.
Oh, that's good. Did we get the two people who are recording? One per
We're
team?
separate.
Okay,
Hayden and I are
good.
separate.
Sweet. Okay.
So
Now that I think about it, it would have been bad if that didn't happen.
yeah, I think it's sad because then Hayden and I can't be on this. Oh, it's what's her face? Electric Ooze. It's Kyle. It's Becca. Oh yeah, because you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think Becca's here.
Nope. Look up. She just joined again.
What?
She just joined again in the other one.
Oh, she just rejoined. Okay.
Here, let me.
Does she even know what a private language is? Was she even here?
I don't know, but still would make it. Let me do this. I'll ask her if she wants to join our side, our debate team.
Join us.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, but anyways, what are your arguments against?
Okay, so the basic outline. Okay, so here's the thing. When arguing against anything, you're usually playing a fundamentally reactive role, right? Like, it is possible to try to completely rule something out, in like a very categorical way.
Yeah.
But I think that the ideas that are at play here aren't categorical, right? Like the ideas themselves.
Well, I mean, for instance, you can say it's for one thing, it's impossible to have any standard wait a minute. It is impossible to know if a concept is identical to like each time you think of it if you can't communicate it. Like that's like something you can say that's categorical, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If there's no way to verify a like word in a private language is the same thing. If you don't talk about with other people, it could always just be completely different. You could be referring to like different things every single time, and you would never know that because if you don't verify with somebody else. Oh, Milcom is going to join our team. Milcom, okay, you gotta.
I thought you weren't going to be here.
You type in Team Dose Type in Team Dose if you're going to join our...
Oh, yeah, I forgot that our chat's going to be Team Dose. I actually don't have permission to type in Team Dose.
Oh, I'll let you type in Team Dose. I don't know how to do that.
You're just listening?
You know what? I'll just make you John Galt, Somniad. You're active enough.
Nice.
So you're John Galt.
I figured that was probably going to happen eventually.
So it's going to happen eventually, because everybody's going to be John Galt eventually.
Of course. Everybody except Malcolm.
Well, except for Milcom is John Galt already. He was actually the first John Galt besides me.
Shush.
He was OG.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
I love how I said everybody except Milk, and then immediately.
Oh, nice. Becca's here. I'm sorry.
Hi. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're good. I don't care. I will probably just be listening today, just because I'm trying to get some work done in the background. But I'd be more than happy to participate next week.
Okay. All right. Awesome. All right. Sounds good.
All right.
All right, cool.
Man, we've got 2 spectators. All that pressure.
Yeah. Right. But anyway, so I think that like the argument that I would rest everything on is like it's impossible to verify that a concept, like you're referring to a word in your language, is like actually referring to the same thing each time you use it if you're not externally verifying it with somebody else. And if you can verify it in some way, it's inherently going to be something you can teach to someone else. So I guess like the idea that verification is inherently a public action, is inherently something that can be taught.
Okay, so what I have to ask then is, how is that verification fundamental to what language is?
Well, I mean, if you think of like a word for, I mean, I think he talks about it like if you think this rests on why I think the only thing I imagine a private language being, and this is actually the example that I created and I brought up when I was in the class where I read this book and I brought it up to my professor, was the idea that you could have a private language about how you feel in response to music. Like you listen to a certain specific song and it evokes a specific feeling in you. And every time you hear that song, you say, oh, this is the same feeling. But like you can't tell anybody else about that feeling because it's incredibly personal. It's like you can like use words to try and describe what it's like, but ultimately like only you know the exact quality of that feeling. It's not communicable to anybody else. But then the response is like, well, how do you know you're having the same feeling each time? How can you even know that? You can't.
Yeah, in order to actually know that you're having the same feeling, you would have to describe it in detail, right? Otherwise, you probably don't understand it.
Yeah. So,
I don't know. That's not necessary.
It's not necessarily true. You could imagine, but the point is, yeah.
That seems pretty strong, at least.
So that's the argument I would make, and that's how I would start the argument.
All right.
So I don't know how we want to like articulate that. So verification is inherently public. Like if you can't verify a word, it's meaningless because it could just be it just wouldn't refer to any specific thing.
Well, okay. Here's what I think. What if the idea that's brought up in my mind from a given word is the same as the idea that's brought up in your mind from a given word? And despite the fact that we don't know this for sure.
How is this related to private language?
I'll get there.
Okay.
Despite the fact that we don't know that, despite the fact that we can't verify that we're actually doing like proper communication by using this word, we still are, right? Like when I say something to you, it imparts my understanding of something onto you, which I think we can both agree is unambiguously communication, right?
Yeah.
And so then the question would be, even if you can't, so what I'm trying to say here is verification a necessary component or is it just a highly common component?
Okay. I mean, so I'm so sorry, but you may need to repeat your point again because I think I did.
Yeah. Okay, so if I have a word, it can be any word, and neither of us, we don't share a language, and this word isn't in either of our languages. But I say the word to you, and the feeling which you get from this word is exactly the same as the feeling which I mean to invoke by saying it. Mm-hmm. This would mean that even though neither of us can verify that communication has occurred, there is a situation where it's principally possible.
Well, but the question
to have
is
language without verification.
If you say something and I know, like I get a feeling from what you say and it happens to be what you were feeling, the only way I know it was actually what you felt is by talking about it with you, is by verifying it with you. Otherwise, I'm just like saying, oh, maybe this is what he meant. Like, I don't have any reason to believe the feeling that it evoked in me is true or not. I would need to verify it. Does that?
Well, you certainly don't have a reason to believe it, but I still think that, I don't know. I am starting to think maybe we're getting too far away from the idea of what language is, right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, let's define.
You would have a lack of justification on both sides, right? Like, the speaker wouldn't be justified in the assumption that they're understood, and the listener wouldn't be justified in the understanding that they've understood.
Yeah. Well, I think language requires, like, that you feel justified in your interpretation of what someone says. Would you not say that? I'm typing it out.
Okay. Let's see here.
Like otherwise, like you'd have like the whole point of language is that you believe that, like, the whole point of language is that you believe there's a successful transference of ideas. I'm typing this out.
Well, okay. What if hypothetically, I said, what if, for instance, I had reason to believe that the words that I'm saying to you now are just completely meaningless, right? I'm just spouting, you're interpreting what I'm saying as nonsense, and indeed, you don't understand it at all. In fact, you're only responding to the words that I'm saying in ways that will appear to me as if they make sense.
Well, this is getting back into the Beetle and the boxing. It doesn't matter what our actual internal understanding is. Like, the only way we agree that we understand is through the verification process, through someone doing something and, like, we saying, okay, that was right.
That's a good point. Okay. I think I've managed to convince myself now, and that's what's important.
Yes. Okay. So, how are we going to do this?
I don't know what the question means.
I mean, like, how are we going to structure, like, our arguments? Like, how are we going to try and convince them? Like, what are we going to say? Like, in order to, like, what are we going to say?
So I think the main point here is that verification is fundamental to the use of language, right?
Okay.
If there's no way to verify that somebody else has understood what you mean, then you don't have... No. Actually, I don't think verification is fundamental to language. I think verification is fundamental to communication, which is fundamental to language, right? That's a better way to put it. Yeah. Verification is fundamental to communication, and
then verification is inherently public.
Yeah, and verification is inherently public. That's a good point. And so then I think that the statement "verification is inherently public" is not controversial. Wait. Actually, I did think of another.
Well, it could be controversial. I mean, I think that.
Yeah. What about verification with yourself, right?
So like, does verification within the self make sense? And the idea is it doesn't. Yeah. And like, maybe we can maybe we can do a big brain move and pull up some quotes here. Because I know he does talk about it in the, he has like the sensation S. Like, I forget exactly. I know it was the last reading. I
don't know exactly where it is.
Let me see if I can find it. Because it would have been. It would have been like in the 200s, probably.
Yeah, there are two points here, which is verification is fundamental to communication, and verification is inherently public, right?
Yeah.
And I think if both of those are true, we're waterproof, right?
Yeah. We're waterproof?
Yeah.
Interesting. I've never heard that.
I don't know. It feels like an apt metaphor.
Yeah. Well, I've heard we're foolproof. I never heard waterproof. Okay, let's see. I
feel like I'm just mentally like improvising here.
That's okay. That's what I do all the time.
I'm picking up on like the idea of an argument being watertight and just like metaphorically adapting it.
I see. Airtight, you mean?
Fucking hell. You know, there's a lot of different ideas that are like pulled into this, okay?
Yeah. Okay, so while I'm looking through this, but I want you to maybe think about what do you think the arguments they're going to make, or like their rebuttals to the claims that we're making are. Maybe if you could.
Okay. Here's a section here. Around 259.
Okay.
Let's imagine.
Oh, there it is.
This is 258. This is 258. Let us imagine the following case. I want to keep a diary about the occurrence of a certain sensation. To this end, I associate it with sign S and write this sign in a calendar for every day on which I have the sensation. I will remark, first of all, that a definition of the sign cannot be formulated, but still I can give myself a kind of ostensive definition. How? Can I point to the sensation, not in the ordinary sense, but I speak or write the sign down, and at the same time I concentrate my attention on the sensation, and so as it were point to it inwardly. But what is this ceremony for? For that is all it seems to be. A definition surely serves to establish the meaning of a sign. Well, that is done precisely by the concentrating of my attention. For in this way, I impress upon myself the connection between the sign and the sensation. By the way, does your printing have connection with an X?
No. It's a newer one. It's newer and better.
Yeah. But I impress it on myself can only mean this process brings it about that I remember the connection right in the future. But in the present case, I have no criterion of correctness. One would like to say whatever is going to seem right to me is right. And that only means that here we can't talk about right.
Okay,
Are the rules of the private language impressions of the... Okay. So basically what he's saying is like games, language is a game, and games are played with rules. And rules require a consensus. Even though they can change over time, rules still have a requirement of consensus. And as a result, a private language doesn't make sense.
Okay. And I almost think it's, I think we can if we can write down some of this. I'm going to type some of it out. And actually, I think my translation may be a little bit better.
Yeah, okay. This is very specific as well. Because I do think that, there's subtlety here. I think rules require a consensus. And moreover, you can't create a consensus, even with yourself through time, about the ostensive definition of something that can't be communicated to somebody else.
Without using a method that could be...
Yeah, you can't create a consensus with yourself even over time without using...
Yeah, that's good. I think that's good. Yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking about this session here where he says
I'm just going to reword that statement real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no, go for it. I'm just typing quickly. Because I think I want to type out my like this whole passage or the parts of the passage I like. Because I think. I want to type it out, and there might be a specific part from it that I want to write.
Yeah, what I put there is precisely what I intended to say.
Okay. Well, what do you think they're going to say?
I think this point that I have here, straight from Wittgenstein, it's his, right? I think this one's really strong. I think it's by far the strongest because it was made by somebody who knew what they were doing. Hi. Oh, you're actually here.
Nice.
Can Callie talk in Team Dose?
Can you not?
Oh, you can just talk in...
Can you talk?
You can just talk in here. I forgot you had a
We
mic.
can't hear her. We can't hear you. If you're...
No, I can talk.
Oh,
I
okay.
just can't type. But it's okay. I'm not going to be...
Do you want me to make it so you can type?
No, I'm not going to be able to, like, debate anyway. I was just listening in for...
Oh, okay.
Listening.
All right.
That's okay.
And so many listeners. Well, I mean, in fairness, Roots is basically a listener, except a much more intrusive one.
Is Electric is debating too?
She's just listening. It's just us. Or me and Sam.
I can try, but I'm not
as far as I can tell, the people that are actually participating actively in the debate are mostly going to be Hate, Hoiba, me, and Freedom.
So
then you guys are 2v2.
No, but Samia, why don't you explain our argument to her, and that's a good, or hit them, and sorry, to them, and then
I don't care.
I'm sorry, I just want to, yeah, okay, but
it's okay, thanks, I don't mind.
But explain it to them, and that way, they'll be good practice for you.
All right. So basically, first we need to. Okay. Do you feel like you already have a solid understanding of exactly what you meant by a private language? Just to be sure.
No.
Okay. Good. Not good. What the fuck am I saying? I'm just spitting words out of my mouth.
It's okay. I do that all the time, dude. I do that all the time. It's so funny.
All right. So fucking a private language. We ended up defining this pretty straightforwardly. Although I think we're going to have to go back over it at the start to make sure that we're completely on the same page. A private language is a language which you use with yourself and cannot be communicated to somebody else. Like, it would be principally impossible to teach somebody else that language, right?
Okay.
So the question is, can a private language exist? The funny thing is, I actually think I have a super fucking wonky argument for a private language being able to exist. It's kind of fucking brute force. The problem is, right now we're arguing that it can't exist. So,
okay.
Team's got to find around me, so who fucking cares? Okay, so, the basic argument, and I think the strongest point here is from Wittgenstein, but what I think we're going to start with, right, is that this is kind of a weird statement when you first hear it, but verification is fundamental to communication, which is fundamental to language. And verification is fundamentally public, right? Okay. So the basic idea here is that when you have a language game, right? When you have this thing with rules that people are following, even if those rules aren't constant over time, even if they're implicitly understood, when you have rules, you still have systems for you still have a way to say, this person is not adhering to those rules, or this person is adhering to those rules, right? It is fundamental to all games, and so it's fundamental to language games, that you can say, this is an example of breaking the rules. And so this requires two things. It requires consensus about the rules, and it requires each individual participating to understand what the rules are. And the basic idea of it being impossible to create a private language is that you can't create a consensus with yourself, unless the thing that you're creating a consensus about is something that you could teach somebody else what it means, right? Like, imagine something that you couldn't teach somebody else what it means. Like, your personal feeling of a certain emotion, right? If you can't teach somebody else what something means, then that also means that you have no way of verifying to yourself, verifying from your past self to your future self, for instance, when using a word, that you mean the same thing by that word in two different instances.
Yeah.
So I found it really nice, another passage a little bit later on, the 262. Yeah. I think that one's pretty good if you want to read that.
262. One
just
might
read,
say someone who is... What?
Yeah, I just typed it in, so you can just read it from the chat.
Yeah, I'll read it out of mine.
Well, my translation might be better.
Yeah, who cares?
Just read mine.
Fine. One might say someone who has given himself a private explanation of a word must inwardly resolve to use the word in such and such a way. And how does he resolve that? Should I assume that he invents the technique of applying the word, or that he found it ready-made? Surely I can inwardly resolve to call this pain in the future. And when he says this, he's referring specifically to something that you point at, right? I think in general, when he says all caps the word this, he's using that to, like, point to something. And he's asking the reader to also, like, do some personal pointing of their own, just to understand what it means. But it is certain that you have, but is it certain that you have resolved this? Are you sure that it was enough for this purpose to concentrate your attention on your feeling? An odd question.
And there's another one later. Yeah. I'm typing it out now. It's 269, but I'm typing out
269A. All right. Let us remember that there are certain criteria in a man's behavior for the fact that he does not understand a word. Okay, this is what I'm getting at too. That it means nothing to him, that he can do nothing with it. And criteria for his thinking he understands, attaching some meaning to the word, but not the right one. And lastly, criteria for his understanding the word right. In the second case, one might speak of a subjective understanding, and sounds which no one else understands but which I appear to misunderstand might be called a private language. Okay, so at this point he starts getting into what I was talking about, right? And this was definitely inspired by having already read this, which is, with a private language, there are no criteria for misunderstanding.
Sorry, what? Sorry, because I'm looking through the text.
Yeah, I don't think I said anything. Wittgenstein.
Oh. Okay, so I'm just thinking.
Yeah. We also have this, which I put here. You can't create a consensus with yourself over time. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, I kind of already said this. Okay, that's nice. I'm glad that all of the arguments you've made are kind of blending together into, like, a cohesive thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so I think.
So we have a new brain here. Do you have any, like, can you think of any criticisms for this general set of arguments?
First, I would have to understand the arguments, and I'm an idiot. So
I did present them pretty quickly, right? I think
no, it's not that. It's just that, like, I can't.
Do you want to try? Like, what don't you want? Like, what do you ask questions? Like, if you can't think of questions to ask, I'll try to answer them.
It just seems intuitive to me that a private language couldn't exist because the purpose of language is to communicate, right? So you can communicate something with yourself. The only reason you couldn't teach it to someone else would be unless the private language is the feeling of emotion, right? But you can describe feelings to other people and then say, when I feel X, so when I'm angry, I feel hot. When I feel hot, that means I'm angry. And the other person knows what anger is. So, like, I can't think of an example of private language at all.
Yeah. Well, did you hear earlier, I forget if you were here yet or not, but the example I gave was like you can have a private language about, and when you hear a piece of music, it elicits a certain response in you. And like that, you have like words that represent this particular emotions that you get for each time you hear a given song. And like you can't.
Okay. Sorry, go. I'll think about my own thing on my own.
And so like you can imagine that might be, verifiable in some way because it's like, oh, well, you feel the same way every time you hear this song, but you can't actually know that. You could be feeling differently each time you hear it. And you're just not aware of it. And like the only way you would be able to keep track of, that the feelings you have is by maybe writing it down in some way, like in a more traditional language that you could theoretically teach to somebody else. Like it's always
Okay.
Go for it.
So here's a thought. Usually when we talk about I think this kind of anticipates an argument that they might try to bring up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's imagine this might not be the exact form of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Let's imagine an alien, right?
Mm-hmm.
This alien, it's able to use language, right? Let's say, for instance, that this alien has a detailed form of record keeping, but
I'm writing notes, by the way, from what you say, just so you know.
Yeah. Let's say it has a detailed form of record keeping, which every member of its species has. But the problem is that these aliens are inherently solitary, right? Whenever they see another member of their own species, they try to kill each other, right? They reproduce asexually.
Okay, this is getting a little wacky.
Yeah. Okay, this is just trying to create like an example where this would be feasible, right?
The
details don't matter. The details don't matter. Okay, so here's the thing: this alien has emotions, but none of them make sense to us, right? Like if we tried to understand one of its emotions, it would not.
Well, we have no point of reference to correspond, like.
Yeah. Like
the only way we'd be able
categories of emotions that it has.
Like the only way we could understand its emotions is by making it drawing comparisons to us.
Okay, what about,
exactly. Yeah. So the question is, if let's say for instance that this was the only one of that's not really necessary. Okay, whatever. Let's say it has words for its own emotions, right? It has words for its own emotions. The question is, would it be possible for it to have words for its own emotions, right? So I think that it makes sense to say, at the very least, this alien could not teach the actual meaning of the words for its emotions to us, right? Because the way that we understand the words for our own emotions is through a process of reflection, of like seeing ourselves and other people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think at the very least this constructs like the beginning of an idea, right?
Or like what could be a private language of like how it could.
Yeah, what could be a private language. Well, and you could also argue if you could get these aliens to talk to each other, then they could probably, like if you could get them to not murder each other, probably teach their language to each other. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I think like the only feasible private language is like where it's like it have to be some sort of verification that you'd only be able to verify with yourself, like your past self, like across time.
Yeah. But the fundamental idea here that I'm trying to get isn't that this would be an example of a private language. It's that it's trying to construct something that you could reasonably call a language, which doesn't have that verifying to it.
Mm-hmm.
So is there something wrong with calling that a language? Do you think that maybe those words for its emotions don't make sense, or they are teachable or something?
I think it's just impossible to know if that alien is talking about the same thing each time it uses the same word unless it's teachable. I think that's
well, I don't think that it's hard to say that it's meaning the same thing each time, because unlike your example with the music, with the highly specific emotion, which is completely unlike any other emotion, and which is exerted by this particular piece of music, right? This is general.
Yeah,
right?
but then like if it was
this can be used as an emotion.
But if it was general, it would probably correspond to the experience of the other aliens and would be in theory teachable. So it wouldn't be private.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. It would be in principle teachable. And
that means it's not private.
what I'm saying here is that at the very least, no action of verification actually takes place, but you could still construct a language out of it. Which I think is
but I think you don't need to have actual verification. All you need is to be the possibility of verification, and it's public, whether or not there's actual verification. Got it. Yeah, actual verification doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Only the possibility. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna type so badly. Actual verification. Okay, so I have a question. Do you want to be the person giving the argument or rebutting them? I could rebut. But I don't care. It's up to you. What do you want to do?
I like butts. That's all I know.
Samyad, please. Be serious.
I don't know.
Serious business.
Serious business?
Hell yeah.
I'm not even sure what that noise you made was, Callie.
Oh, I said same.
Wait, Callie, are you going to argue with us?
No, I
think Callie also likes butts.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, but Sam, would you, cause like, I guess, do you have a preference for what you do?
You want to flip a coin?
Sure.
All right. One side.
I guess because I kind of have a preference for doing the rebuttal. I guess honestly, that's kind of why.
All right.
But I can do either one.
No. If you have a preference.
Actually, I don't know. Well, I don't know though. Who do you think would be better at which?
I don't know. I think that there are certain aspects of each of us that make us more fit for both.
Yeah. Okay.
What about... Sorry.
What are you saying, Kelly?
I was just going to say, what about the example of, like, how two people experience red differently? So, someone sees red as red.
Is someone clipping their nails?
No, sorry, that's me.
Sorry.
I'm not clipping my nails. I was just fiddling with something.
Yeah, it's what it sounded like. It's all good.
You know what? I actually managed to completely tune it out. Like, I had to actively think, like, has there been a clicking noise? Oh, there has been.
Anyways,
like the example of like someone sees red as blue and someone sees red as red. But if they both point at the thing that's red and says, "Oh yeah, that's red," but actually it's not red for both of them, they're experiencing it totally differently.
It doesn't matter.
Is that an internal language?
No.
Well, yeah, no. I would go as far as to say that
beetle in the box.
When that happens, yeah. This is a beetle in the box thing. When one person points to red and experience, what you're actually saying with that, like the implicit meaning there, is that if you kind of like put one person's like experience into another's like consciousness, then that would cause them to see red where the other saw blue, which I don't think is like a thing that makes sense at all, right? I think that in reality, the verification is like the fundamental thing that is experiencing. Well, it's not the fundamental thing that is redness, right? Like it's not the qualia of redness, but like I don't think that. I think that if you say this is red and you can always like successfully verify, you can pass verification tests of like this is red. Pointing at red out of a group of colors. If you can do that, then I think that you fully understand the idea of red, even if you could like plop someone's consciousness into somebody else's brain, even though that doesn't make sense.
All right, so sorry to like cut you off there, but
yeah. Well, I think I was pretty much done.
Yeah. Okay. So I actually don't know if I have a preference. Like I guess here's what I think. Like I think
I'm literally letting you decide.
I mean, how would you present like our argument? Like, I almost feel like since like I was I don't know.
Sonia seemed, just to insert my 2 cents, seemed to have.
Wow, you seem like you're kind of lagging. Could you say that again?
Oh yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Freedom Baby has a more fast-paced cadence, and I think would be good at rebuttals. And Somniad seems like he could lay out the structure of the argument as far as just in general.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that sort of goes with my...
Just from observation of listening to you guys talk.
Okay. That's cool. So then, Somnia, we'll just do it. We'll just do that then, since I kind of like the idea of doing the rebuttal.
All right.
So Som,
and obviously, I reserve the right to take part in the rebuttal if you need support.
Yes, of course. So Som, let's hear your. Actually, let me just say like, how much longer they want, but maybe let's hear your.
Yeah.
Do you want to like lay it out and then me act as like a sounding board, ask questions, ignorant point of view?
All right.
This is where the holes are, if there are any.
All right. So basically, so I'm going to scroll up here so that I actually get it. Okay, so let me actually try to lay this out from the beginning. Basically, language is a game, right? It is a game in the sense that it has rules. Any game which has, like, the requirement for a game having rules is that the players all know what the rules are, and they can call each other out for breaking those rules. I mean, this is a little bit of an informal, right? You don't necessarily have to call each other out. The players have to know when another player has broken those rules. It doesn't matter that the rules are constant over time. They could easily change. They could be informal. But you have to have a vague understanding of this player has broken a rule somewhere. And I think that when you think of languages, games like this, something very important comes up, which is that you need some way, like if it is in the fundamental nature of language to be a game, you need to have a way to verify whether or not a rule has been broken. And in order to, in specifically the context of language, you need a way to verify if the meaning of the word is understood. And usually you would do this by having some sort of test, right? I would say move that box over to the corner. And for instance, if you moved it against a wall, but it was between two corners, I would say, no, you haven't understood me correctly. You have, if you had said, then I understood what you said, and then you did the wrong thing, and then you said that you acted on your understanding, then I would say, no, you were wrong. You didn't understand what I said. You only thought that you did. And so, in this way, a language any game really requires some sort of capability of verifying. But here's the problem, right? A private language is a language that you can't teach to somebody else, not even in principle. And as a result of that, there is no ability to verify. You could imagine that you could try to verify, but certainly you would be able to verify something yourself. You would, for instance, be able to verify, I don't know, box, right? You'd be able to verify box, be able to describe a box. You'd be able to put down on a page, this is what I mean by box. And then you could go ahead and you could do a little drawing. And you could look back later and you could verify, yes, yeah, that's a box, all right. I got that right. That's a very silly example, but it is an example of self. But the problem is that you could easily teach somebody else language, right? If you tried to come up with a word for something which is inherently internal, and the only way I can think to do this is to come up with a word for a feeling, right? To come up with a word that specifically refers to a qualia, right? Fucking something that is just in your feeling of perception, right? Like not the
oh
certain
my god, they say they
wavelength
need
of light
another
that-
20 minutes. Christ. Okay.
Oh, boys. Not the certain wavelength of light that is red, but the feeling of looking at red, right? And the thing about this is that you can't make a word for this which is verifiable, because if you go back to an instance where you use this word, you would really have no way to verify to yourself that the word for that experience, the experience itself, was actually the same over time, right? Mm-hmm. You'd be able to remember, but there's no way to really verify. you can't verify to yourself or to anybody else the accuracy of this word, right? There's no way to violate the rules. And because it's impossible to violate the rules, it's not a game. And because it's not a game, it's not language, which means a private language is impossible.
All right.
Sounds pretty solid.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I would, that sounds good. Something that came to mind about, using, it's in a private language, wait, maybe I got that wrong.
I'm not sure if you're umming a lot or if you're both.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't hear. Much. There's a lot of basically just ums is all I heard.
Hello?
About now. Can you... Hello?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, alright. Something must be going on. I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll try and type it out.
Well,
but that sounds...
Okay.
Okay.
You seem fine now.
Okay.
So basically, do you have an objection to any premises or any of those steps?
No, I don't have an I don't have an objection to anything that you said. It's logically it's sound.
Here's a better question. Can you imagine an objection someone might try to create? Like if you're really trying to weasel your way between.
I'm thinking. Give me 1 second. Let me mute for a second and think through for a few minutes and see what I can come up with.
All right.
All right. You got plenty of time. We can just chill here. Those other guys are taking a walk.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Okay, so I guess we can just review and think about, I'll think through what.
Yeah. All right, so I guess the steps from here are to, I've practiced my fucking present the initial argument step, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, now it's time to test your rebutting skills.
Oh, God, okay. Well, I need you to present the private language argument that I have to rebut. Or I can do it myself, I guess, what I imagine they would say.
Yeah, right.
I have to think, though.
All right. Yeah, I guess I'm going to tell you. So we might as well use, assuming that the switch is going, we can both test your rebutting, and we can,
start prepping for the.
Preparing
let's start preparing. Although maybe we'll switch up teams. Oh, but then that wouldn't make any sense because then some people would do the same thing twice. So we'd have to be the same teams. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah. I thought about that too. Okay. So here's the plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never put this into words before. It might take a second.
That's okay.
I tried to put it into words before during the main discussion, and I didn't. I was too focused on the discussion. Okay, so the basic idea is I have a word, and the meaning of that word is the meaning of that word. This word has a very specific definition, right? In fact, this word has a definition which isn't even particularly interpreted. Obviously you could finagle it a little bit if you want.
Okay, well...
But okay, so the definition of this word is conditional, right? I don't think that this is very controversial, right? A word that means something different depending on the context it's being used. And the definition of this word is, it doesn't matter what the definition is in the normal case.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But there is a definition in the abnormal case. What matters is that I understand the definition in the normal case. But there is a condition which is met, which is if the word is being used in order to talk to somebody else, if the word's being used in communication, then it has no definition.
Whoa, okay. What does that even mean? Does it mean it's just noise to other people?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So a language which has a word which is defined, I don't know, let's just say screwdriver, right? It doesn't matter. A language which is defined as such. It is screwdriver in the case that I am using it to myself, and it has no definition if I'm using it to somebody else. And so this would be an example of, this is like a disjoint idea, right? But like, if you accept that you can take this definition as a whole, then it would be a word which could not be fully imparted onto somebody else. Like, you could not correctly impart its use by using the word unless you could not fully impart it by using to another person. It would just be impossible.
I mean, I feel like that's
the only problem is
the only problem.
that the only problem with this is that I actually imparted the full meaning of it by describing it outside of its own context.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's try this again, right?
Well, here's.
Let's say, yeah. What?
Well, I was gonna say I'm gonna go back to my example of the private language being a response to music or like a song or a piece of art, and you can imagine how your internal response to that art might be very specific and very personal, but you can't communicate it to other people. But you can imagine how it might. I mean, it is a language in itself. Like, you can use this piece of art as language. I mean, it would just be like whenever you feel a certain way, you can just bring up this piece of art and look at it and be like, this represents how I feel. And nobody else would be able to understand that. I mean, they might be able to like have their own responses, but it wouldn't be the same as yours. You wouldn't be able to teach anybody because your experience, your emotions are only known by you.
That's true.
But
there is a problem with this, which is that you can still tell me that the definition of that word is the response, and I'm even able to verify that your responses are symmetric with the other times that you've responded to it.
Yeah, I mean, this is an example. This is the best example I can come up with, and I can tear it apart. So I'm curious what they're doing.
And then if you make the same issue of it's impossible to verify yourself.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I think I'm trying to think of the argument like that you can verify something for yourself, or you can just say like, no, you can verify something across like with yourself. And like the thing is, I would say like, yes, it's true. Like, you can have like an objective measure of like yourself experiencing similar things across time. But the way you do that is by like taking note of specific things going on in you and around you in relation to that experience. So you might say, oh, when I have this experience, my heart rate goes up. Or when I have this experience, I cry.
Yeah, okay.
And those things are all externally verifiable that you can communicate to other people.
Yeah, exactly. Like any verification on your past self is itself an external verification, which you could teach somebody else, which would then violate the rules.
Unless it was about like your internal emotional monologue. The problem is we already have such great words. Like, we already have a wealth of words to describe our internal experiences. So it's like, even these really vague things, we already can publicly communicate about them. So, it's hard to imagine what that might be that you just can't have any words for.
I think if I have any criticism of Wittgenstein, it's hardly even it's that imagining how you would actually construct what the rules are of the language games we play in day to day that's very difficult. You know?
I mean, our grammar is just.
Hardly a criticism.
I mean, our grammar is descriptive, though. We have it's grammar and it's descriptive of like the rules we play.
But it's not just grammar. There's rules associated with each and every that are more than just their definitions.
Oh, I wish they'd hurry up. I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. I'm quickly beginning to feel like I don't want to switch because I'm also understanding why they're taking so
I know, right? I know.
This is hard.
Yeah.
This is really hard. I had the idea, and then it's like, oh, that fell apart quickly when I actually articulated.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll keep thinking about it.
I mean, I think like if you can just agree, if you can say that you can know that you're having the same mental state as a previous time, if you can say that, then you can have a private language.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think when we're doing if we do a switch, right? I think we're going to want to put a lot of focus on being responsive. We're going to want to try to tear down their arguments against private language being impossible, not actually propose a particular private language. That'll be way easier.
Okay. Well, you're just very responsive in general because that's what you said about like typically in against points. The best thing to do is it's very reactive.
Yeah. I know. I'm a funny argument person.
I like.
The point of view of response is always like the starting point for thinking about how I want to go about an argument, right? Mm-hmm. Because, like, obviously, you can have all the points, but if you don't have like a fundamental understanding to respond to what somebody else might put forward, you're probably just going to flounder.
Yeah. I mean, all I do is flounder.
Just a fucking fish out here.
For real. I'm like about just like. I'm just like.
We're in the middle of revolutionizing all conceptualization.
I know.
Just a few years. We need to finish writing our thesis. They also said 20.
Go ahead.
They also said 20 minutes, like 15 minutes ago. So
I know. I'm just impatient.
We'll just stick with the small brain version in about 20 minutes. Okay, so about 5 more minutes. What I'm gonna go do. I've done a lot of talking. But I'm gonna go get like a cough drop or something.
Okay.
Oh, but I think Rebecca was gonna or electric ooze. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It is being recorded though. Is the issue? Yeah. Your name.
What were you about to say though? I'm curious.
I was about to ask a question. Is this communication and language as spoken language? Is it defined? Is it parameters defined there? Confined. Sorry.
I think it's like kind of what we agreed upon before, probably, where it's like transfer of ideas, or related to the transfer of ideas. But we're about ready, so I guess we're gonna go head over there.
Oh, okay. Actually, we're going. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had another thought.
Okay,
we'll just for when we're arguing for.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So I think so we spent a decent amount of time coming up with like a relatively proper argument to try to rule out a private language, but like you guys do seem to have a way harder one to do. So we'll let you guys go first.
You're about to get fucked so hard you don't even know it.
Before we do anything though, I have talked so much today. I'm gonna go get a cough drop or something.
You know what? I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to make a tea quickly.
Okay, that's fine. We can have a little break.
Yeah.
All right.
Some water. Fucking hot, and I need to like.
I'm about to drop these hot takes on your revolutionizing language.
Oh my god! Wow. Ugh. Right. You guys just took your sweet, sweet time, but you did get the harder one, so I don't blame you. Did everybody leave? Is it just me talking to myself?
No, I can hear you.
Well, I'm glad somebody can hear me. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. I woke up a little late.
You're cutting in and out. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So it really is just me all alone.
I All right, you ready to lose?
I'm ready to win. I'm not ready to lose.
Oh, well, you might want to back out then, because you're going down.
I don't think so. I mean, we'll see. It's true. I think it's honestly though, sometimes when you have the easier position in an argument, it's like you like lose more because you get like too comfortable and comfy in it. So
I don't know why you think you have the easier position here.
I mean, I do. But maybe you guys will show how I'm wrong about that. I would love to be wrong about it. I love to learn something new. That would be cool, I guess. Ugh. So how are you today?
All right.
Did you do anything fun?
It's a Sunday. Like, there's not really much to do. This is all I really had to look forward to on a Sunday.
I guess, yeah. I had my little Zoom church service, and our pastor is at Myrtle Beach now at vacation with his family, which is kind of cute. He's so cute. Talking about how he's so in love with his wife, and like he's like chooses, like tries to like, you know, he thinks that's important, and planning everything to make them all happy and all this stuff. It was really sweet. He's a sweetheart. You can tell he genuinely loves his family very much. And such a big family. They have 6 kids.
Oh, Jesus.
I know, right? I mean, I think he said they bought like a special van so they could have enough room for all the children in the van.
It always seems to be pastors who have the biggest families.
Well, yeah, because like the only like they sex is for procreation, and so
no birth control.
Yeah, no birth control at all. You know, if you have a baby, you have a baby. You know, which is one way to do it, I guess. I mean, they seem to have figured out a system. It's just a lot. But good for them. Good for them, right?
Yeah, good for them. There was one family in my hometown who they had like 10 kids.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they were all homeschooled as well. So I only knew them because they would just always be out playing in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I found a cough drop package, but it had Domino's crushed red pepper packets inside of it.
You know, I have cough drops, but I can't really get them to you.
Remember how I said we needed a quote bot? We still need a quote bot.
Why don't you make it?
I could. It wouldn't be.
Then do it.
Actually, it would be slightly different. I don't know how to use a database with Discord bots.
We'll figure it out, dum-dum.
And now we're going to do that.
I guess so.
You just lost your debate partner.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Okay,
I don't know.
Anyway.
Hey, that's not nice. Somnia knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Yeah, I know what's up.
You guys have you obviously have the worst position here, so.
Right, of
obviously.
Course. Yeah.
Definitely the much harder to defend one.
Yes. I'm so looking forward to hearing what you guys have come up with. But
I hate, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
He's typing the whole time.
He's
got something good. You know, I think we all agree on it.
I'm excited. I'm excited to hear it. I did not cheat. I did not look at your notes. I hope you guys did the same for us. Cheating is lame. Only the weak.
Well, I don't know. I definitely wouldn't be too salty if they did, right? Like, it's an advantage, but if our arguments are actually good, then they'll
oh my god, Somnia, you're so annoying, of course.
I know.
I feel like you're probably just going to be mainly quoting Wittgenstein.
Some of it is just quoting Wittgenstein.
No, it's not, actually, because you're presenting the argument and you're not quoting him, but we do have a lot of quotes. We do have a lot of data to back up our arguments.
Data.
Right?
I mean, it's fair enough. Like,
data points.
The idea that you're trying to disprove. So
here's some data points. Things this guy said. Other things this guy said. Things I say.
But, like, he says things well, so that's why.
Oh, did Wittgenstein actually invent the idea of just to ridicule it?
I think so. He did that a lot.
He's the best.
Well, so have we won the argument yet? I'm back.
No, because hate isn't back, and apparently hate is the big brain behind your guys' argument.
He took all the notes from. Well, actually, I was the one that. Wait. I was the one that initiated the idea.
Oh, okay. Of course, you have to make sure that's clear.
Yes.
You have to make sure.
Yes, it was me. And then
high five. Where is that? Can you verify that? I don't believe him.
Then he.
I'm not gonna go against my team right now.
No, but I want to hear the truth. I need to hear the truth.
Don't fall for her psychological tricks.
The truth is that we have the superior argument, and I don't want to give anything away right now.
Hate is taking too long to make his tea.
Takes like 10 or 15 minutes to make tea, you know?
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? It takes like 3 minutes.
You make bad tea.
Well, actually, it's a lie. I mean, you have to boil the water, and then, like, after you boil the water, it depends on how long it takes to boil the water.
It takes like 3 minutes to boil the water, and then it takes like 4 minutes to steep it, and then it takes like...
Depending on the kind of tea, though. It depends on the kind of tea.
That's some strong tea.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because, like, green tea is, like, not that long. It's, like, a minute or two.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it's matcha, you just, like, mix it in and it's ready to go.
That's true.
That's, like, the only tea I drink. Probably because I'm lazy.
I like good Asian teas, but I don't have any, like, loose leaf tea. So, like, now I just drink Earl Grey. Earl Grey is pretty good.
It is. I like bergamot.
No, there isn't. But hear some noises.
Oh, my background?
No, I think it's gone now. It was for a second.
Yeah, that's because she's not fucking talking to me.
Alright.
My sister's talking pretty loudly in the background. She has hearing problems.
Tell her shut the fuck up.
No.
Samnia, what's your favorite kind of tea?
I'm gonna be absolutely honest. There was a long period of time where milk was my drink of choice. And, I switched really recently, so I've mostly been drinking black tea recently, but like fucking, yeah, I've got a lot more to try. Oh yeah, it still has milk in it.
Well, like, you can have, like, chai, which is, like, you boil it in milk instead of water.
Okay, so my mom used to work, does anybody here know what Hastings is?
No.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
We win the argument.
Nobody's here. Oh, okay, Hastings was this big chain, relatively big chain, that had like they started out like selling movies and stuff. They were like kind of a blockbuster sort of deal. And then they started expanding into different stuff when like that started going way downhill. But basically they had a cafe, and when they closed down, my mom got this massive container of like a powder that you just throw in milk, and it just makes it like chai tea. That's fucking redundant. It makes it chai, like vanilla chai.
That's nice.
And so sometimes I'll just heat up a big cup of milk and put a few scoops of that in.
Nice. Alright, we ready?
Almond milk is superior milk.
Right now. You know what? Okay, almond milk is good. Yes, because I can't drink real milk. I'll just get like
For once you have a good take. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Real milk is really good, but I don't have much experience with almond milk.
I said
Freedom's lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
I am highly lactose tolerant.
But I can have like cheese and ice cream and stuff. I just like can't. I mean, I honestly don't have like dairy that much anyways.
I'm lactose intolerant. What about it? I don't want it in my neighborhood.
Okay. Anyways, are you guys ready? Let's hear your argument.
I'm really interested.
Hey, you want to start since you wrote it?
What?
They want us to go first.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, just really quick. So what we're gonna do, I think, because we did this before, is first the both of us will state our positions, and we won't do the response until you'll give yours, and then Somniad will give ours, but it won't be a rebuttal, and then afterwards we do the rebuttals, and then that's how.
All right. Oh, before we start anything, do we have fundamental agreement that a private language is a language which you could not, in principle, teach to somebody else?
Yes.
We probably should have made sure that was the case before we separated.
That's what I'm doing now, just to be sure.
I think that was the definition we were going on.
Yeah, just making sure. Okay.
Well, we've all read Wittgenstein, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Either way, I thought that would be the definition of private language would really affect our argument, but it didn't at all. It's
okay, it doesn't matter. Don't give it away. Just go.
Read the superior. Okay. Hate 9 is all the notes, so we'll let him start.
I posted them, but I can read off.
Yeah, he wrote the thesis on it. So
I did. I wrote our brief thesis argument for this. Okay. So.
Well, don't just give the thesis, give the whole thing. We want meat.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Well, I've got our argument relatively summed up into a sort of long ass text document, but
okay, just go.
I'll just read.
It's all right. Ours is going to take a few minutes to just go.
Okay.
Well, it's going to take a few minutes because Samia is so verbose, but
just go.
Yeah, fair.
If an internal experience is fully incommunicable, even to someone else who has a similar experience, it is possible for incommunicable experiences to exist. Fully incommunicable experiences to exist. If
wait.
Yeah?
Well, let him finish the argument first.
Oh, I'm building up the blocks of this.
Just say that again. Just repeat yourself again. Just repeat that again. Sorry.
Okay.
So, if an internal experience is fully incommunicable, even for one person, to someone else who has a similar experience, it is possible for incommunicable experiences to exist, generally speaking.
Okay.
I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
If fully incommunicable experiences can exist, a person who has experienced enough incommunicable experiences could use them as the basis for a language. Such a language would be necessarily incommunicable because its foundation would be fully incommunicable as well.
Okay.
So that's the general argument for the possible existence of of private languages.
All right.
Now we can take that a little further, or we can have you guys.
Well, no, because go further, because we're gonna go further with ours.
We can go further and revolutionize the entire concept of language.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I was actually thinking about this. I think that there are only either private language is impossible, or there's no such thing as a non-private language.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
All language is actually based on fully incommunicable concepts.
Yeah,
what we think of as language is actually what?
Well, that's what I was saying before, getting at before earlier. Remember when I was talking about how when you say a statement, everybody kind of has a different internal experience.
Congratulations. All language is actually based on fully incommunicable concepts. What we think of as language is actually just a construct in place to form individual languages in each of us. It's like a parasite that fits itself to each person's individual qualia.
Oh my god. Wow.
All internal experiences are impossible to fully communicate to other people. What we describe as learning a language is actually the process of applying the general concepts of a broader rule set to our own internal qualia. That internal language is then fully incommunicable, and the only way to communicate anything like it to other people is to just teach them the same or slightly modified rules as what we ourselves use to create that our own internal private language. And then any communication occurring through our version of the quote-unquote language and someone else's will lose information because we are not speaking the same actual language, which I fucking capitalized because fuck you. When I say I am happy to you, you accept the token happy and think of the concept you internally assign to the token happy in this context. But the token happy actually means different things to you than it does to me. For instance, for a very exaggerated example, let's say I have had depression for literally as long as I can remember. In this case, my concept of happiness will have been linked to a token happy at the time when I could not even link it to a similar concept to what most people would think of when they say happy. In this way, all language is necessarily private language. This is that was the edgiest way I could possibly say it, but it was also perfect for
All right.
This grand conspiracy theory.
It's going to be more interesting than
All right. Well, Somniad,
this is a
you're
lot
up.
of fun to write.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me scroll up because fucking Freedom put a lot of text in here that I don't care too much about for actually.
Oh my god! I just typed our notes. I just typed out.
Talking too much.
Oh my god! I just typed out some of the fucking passages. Okay, that's all. I just
literally fucking typed out fucking word by word some Wittgenstein passages that.
Look, I just wanted to have them there.
Yeah, they're good. Don't get me wrong.
She doesn't even have a scanned version. So this is just Freedom word for word typing out.
You don't have a scanned version. That means that when you see pi,
it's the superior edition. It's the superior edition. It's a linear translation with edits.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm calling you a busybody.
I think ours is better because the PDF is better because every time it says weird in yours, in ours it says queer.
That is better.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever it says weird or odd or fucking that kind of shit. I can't remember. There's another
abnormal.
Word. There's another specific word.
I don't think Wittgenstein uses fucking. To be fair.
Yeah, fucking. Okay. So. Okay. So. Okay. So specifically.
Who's left?
Electric Ooze.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, right, bye. Okay, so let me actually go through yours.
She can't hear you say bye when she's already left.
Yeah.
That's okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we're expressing bi-ness to everybody around us, not to her.
Fair enough.
Dude, I exude bi-ness.
Fucking...
Nice.
Anyway. Okay, so, there is a fundamental supposition here, which I feel like before you said your thing, I didn't really understand, which is that the purpose of language is to create... Sorry, this is a supposition I'm making, not one that I'm claiming you're making.
Gotcha.
The purpose of language is not to have an internal concept map, but to evoke certain responses from other people. When you use words, the thing that you're doing is fundamentally using those words in an inductive sort of way to evoke responses, right? And I think this is fundamentally related to language being a kind of game, right? All right, we're just fucking... This is obviously
I'm just gonna...
shit.
Yeah.
This is obviously Wittgenstein shit. Fucking, here's the thing, right? The supposition here is that language is a game, and that games require rules. And in order to have rules, you have to have a way for the people who are playing the game to verify that these rules have been followed, right? If, for instance, we are playing a game, but there's no way for me to say, you've just violated a rule, you know? What you said isn't constructible within the game we're playing, then that's not really a game, is it? That game
table
doesn't
flip
actually have
isn't
rules.
a valid chess move. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And certainly, Wittgenstein says this. The game is allowed to change over time. The rules are allowed to be implicit. But there still has to be some sort of reasonable way that you can say, you just broke a rule there. That doesn't make sense. The most general rules in language are called grammar. There are specific rules associated with certain words. It gets really minute, right? But the important thing is that language fundamentally is a game and not a concept map that people use in order to understand for themselves, right? Like, you don't need a concept map with words in order to understand for yourself.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I think that means we win.
Yeah, I think that means we win, yeah.
No.
Dude, that's how argument works. You get to the Discord gods decide if you win the argument by kicking the person who loses.
Anyway. Okay. So, the main point here is, there are two basic categories of things that you can make words for. There are verifiable things, and there are unverifiable things. And I think that when you try to assign a word to refer to something unverifiable, then that word can't be a part of a language game. And that's because in order for it to be a language game in the first place, you have to have that method of verification.
Sorry, what do you mean by verifiable?
What I mean by verification is the process of determining whether or not something adheres to the rules of the language game, or the game in general, really.
Determining, for a simple example, if the word is being used correctly.
Yes, of course.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so let's take a couple examples, right? Let's say that I have a word for pencil, right? Let's say that I make up a new word for pencil. Let's call it schlob, right?
Okay. Yes.
Well, I could easily teach you the word schlob, because even though it's a word that only I might know initially, for instance, before I said schlob, but when I had formed the sentence in my mind, pencil is schlob, right? Certainly you guys didn't know the definition of that word, but it could very easily be imparted to you, which means that it's not private. So the only thing that I could refer to using a word that can't be imparted to somebody else is a feeling, right? It has to be some sort of qualia. And I think that if you try to use a word to refer to qualia, you have no system of verification. You can believe that you're referring to the same thing each time, but only you can actually even attempt to verify that. And it's very easy for you to be wrong about that, right? Like,
yes.
The system of verification is a person verifying themselves, which means that they will always believe that their usage is correct. And even that...
Now, there is, of course, the fact that the grammar means that the usage of the word will probably never be wrong. Like, you can verify if the usage is wrong. Right? Even though you can't verify the word.
You could at least try to... You could, define a part of speech for your word, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a kind of verification which another person could verify, which means that it's not... Which means that aspect of it isn't private.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah. Is that aspect of it isn't private. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that the verification is part of the language, is part of any game. The verification is part of any game, and in the process of removing all of the public aspects of a language, you also remove all of the verification, and so you remove its languageness.
So let me...
Oh, okay.
Basically, to summarize, language is a game. Games require rules. Rules require consensus. You can't create a consensus with yourself, even over time, without using a method that could be communicated to someone else.
You know, that's interesting. The way Somniad put that, I agree with most of. The way you put it, I agree with basically none of.
That's funny, because most of what she just said was quoting me in the fucking Team Dose chat.
Interesting. Because could you repeat that actually, just so I can?
Yeah, the most important part is you can't create a consensus with yourself over time about the ostensive definition of a word, which can't be communicated to somebody else.
I don't think rules need consensus to be rules.
Oh, really? Then how do you verify them?
If you're the one who created them, you don't have to verify them against anything except your own memory verification.
Well, if you don't have to verify them, then it's impossible to break them, which means that calling them rules is nonsense.
That's not true. I said you can verify.
Let's hear what
Sorry, go ahead.
Say.
So, okay, so like, let's say you create a game that only yourself play. You never show it to anyone else, but you have rules in the game. Like you can cheat in the game. Like the game has rules, but you can cheat, right, in the game. Right, like, so if I created a board game that I wrote down the rules, made them very explicit, and then I just choose not to follow those rules one time because it's convenient for me, right? Then I'm like breaking the rules.
You can still verify that you're cheating there.
Yeah, not only could you verify, you could also teach somebody else how to verify, which is the important part.
Right, but we're arguing that the rules don't have to have consensus to be rules.
Yeah.
Not that they have to, like, yeah, we're not arguing.
Well, you have to have consensus about what the rules are and what they mean, and like.
I guess the linchpin of my argument, I suppose, is that
our argument.
Fucking our argument. I'm sorry. I'm the one who's been saying it.
Oh my god.
The linchpin of our argument is that in order for something to be a language, you have to be able to teach somebody how to verify correct usage.
That's only the case if the language has to be verifiable by some other person.
But how can you verify it with yourself though? Like, because with it. So all right, I'm gonna read.
No. Okay, I actually misworded what I said. What I meant was, in order for something to be a language, you have to be able to verify correct usage.
That's true.
Yeah, okay.
And so we're saying it's impossible to verify it if, like, you don't have somebody else, like an external verification. Like you have to, like, it's impossible to verify something just on your own. And if you can verify just on your own, that chances are, you can teach someone else how to verify that the same way.
This is very specific. Is it possible to verify something which you cannot teach?
We say no, by the way.
Yeah.
I think I can make a really good cryptology analysis. Not analysis.
Crypto analysis.
Well, can I read
cryptology?
Let me read something to support this.
Yeah.
Let me. So this is section 258. All right. If you want to read along.
Yeah, this is obviously heavy Wittgenstein.
Let's imagine the following case. I want to keep a diary about the recurrence of a certain sensation. To this end, I associate it with the sign S and write this sign in a calendar for every day on which I have the sensation. I first want to observe that a definition of the sign cannot be formulated. But all the same, I could give one to myself as a kind of ostensive definition. How? Can I point to the sensation? Not in the ordinary sense. But I speak or write the sign down, and at the same time, I concentrate my attention on the sensation, and so, as it were, to point inwardly. But what is the ceremony for? For that is all it seems to be. A definition serves to lay down the meaning of a sign, doesn't it? Well, that is done precisely by concentrating my attention, for in this way I commit to memory the connection between the sign and the sensation. But I commit it to memory can only mean this process brings it about that I remember the connection correctly in the future. But in the present case, I have no criterion of correctness. One would like to say, whatever is going to seem correct to me is correct. And that only means that here we can't talk about correct. And the next section says, are the rules of the private language impressions of rules? The balance on which impressions are weighed is not the impression of a balance. And then
I think 258 especially really fucking drives in the point, which is
I have no criterion of correctness.
you can't create a proper rule for verification for S.
So, boom. That's for your rebuttal.
Way better argument than fucking we could have come up with, because we didn't have to come up with it.
Pretty well, I still think we're right.
Well,
you have
no,
your...
you're not.
Well, I was going to make a rebuttal.
Make the rebuttal.
So you say that the rule needs to be verified externally in order for that to be true.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be verified. At the very least, there needs to be some sort of distinct criterion for verification. Right?
It has to be possible to verify it.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily have to... Like, I'm not going to be a dick and say it has to be verifiable by another person, and that's just part of the definition. At that point, I'm begging the question.
Well, you can verify things internally.
No, that's the whole point.
Well, no. Here's the thing. You can't... No. Have a little bit of subtlety here, right? Fucking... I'm sorry, that came off as really harsh.
It's okay.
No, that's okay. It was deserved.
It didn't come off that harsh.
You can internally verify things, but I don't think that you can internally verify things which can only be internal.
Oh, yeah.
That's not true.
That's a really important caveat.
You totally can. Like,
well, how then?
Well, let's say, for example, let's use happy, because I wrote that one down as an example. I have an emotion of happy. I have a word for happy. And if someone asks me if I'm happy, I think of the emotion, I get an idea of what my current emotional state is, compare it to my ideal emotional state of happy that I have stored, that I think of and have linked to that word. And then, if that matches up well enough, I can tell someone, yes, I am happy. Right? I verify in that sense that that the word describes my state only compared to my internal memory of how I define that state.
Okay. So is what you're saying that in the process of answering the question, are you experiencing a certain completely internal sensation? In the process of answering that, you do the verification?
Yes.
I think I might agree with that. Fucking hell.
Say that again.
Fucking in the process of answering the question, are you experiencing a certain sensation? You verify that sensation, which is internal.
Well, the thing is, that even if it feels like you're verifying it, it's not like there's no reliable standard to know that, like, to judge that your verification is correct. Like, you just say, like, oh, like, based on my memory, like, this is right. But, like, that doesn't make it actually
well, sure,
right.
But I don't take a consensus every time I verify anything either, right? I base it on, if I'm going off of a public consensus rule, I'm basing it on my memory of the rule. Memory is unreliable and things change, but that doesn't make the verification invalid.
Well, here's the thing. I think Wittgenstein's argument really relies on the fact that in the argument where he talks about S, right? Mm-hmm. It feels from the way he puts it that you couldn't possibly answer that you're not using it correctly, right? That it would at least be very...
no.
It would require extenuating circumstances for you to say, I have broken the rules of the language game.
What he's saying basically is, like, every time you feel like you have that feeling, it's like you, quote unquote, know that you have the feeling, but there's no standard for that. You're just like, oh yeah, I know this is right. It's just totally, but there's no standard at all. Like, it very well could be a different feeling, and you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't be able to do that. It would be impossible. Because you have no standard with which to judge it. It's just about, I feel like...
Standard?
Well, clearly you do have some kind of standard. Otherwise you would never answer yes and no.
But it's a completely arbitrary one.
That's relevant to all language.
Like a memory. Like your memory is like so, like people's memories are so bad. Like you can think, I remember she had a blue hat, and then you find out, oh wait, actually it was a pink hat.
That's also relevant.
Okay,
and it's like,
but
and also going back to this, like the feeling of understanding. Remember we were talking about this? You can have the feeling of understanding when you are applying the rule completely wrong, right?
Okay.
Why? There's no reason to think that couldn't be the same for yourself. The only thing that distinguishes the feeling of understanding, or the only thing that can tell you whether your feeling of understanding is right or wrong, is if you are having some kind of external person saying like, "Oh, you're applying that rule wrong." Well, like otherwise, the feeling of understanding alone is sufficient for understanding. Like when you're talking about your own personal experience and you're saying, "Oh, did I apply it right?" All you have is your feeling of understanding. You don't have anything else.
That's not true at all, Freedom. I think you're being entirely unfair here, and that's completely untrue.
Okay.
You say that all I have is my feeling of understanding, but that's not true at all. You can be mistaken about these things, and you can become aware of it. You don't have your feeling of understanding. You have your memory of the feeling you're comparing it to. That's not the same as the feeling of understanding.
But that memory is extremely unreliable.
Memory of everything is inherently unreliable. That doesn't mean that the memory of the rule means you can't verify it with the memory. That's just not how that works.
I guess I would say like you can think you're verifying it, but it's not a reliable verification. And like the only thing,
freedom. Okay, our senses are unreliable. I can think I'm verifying this with another person, but I could in fact be wrong. I could be mishearing them. That doesn't mean it's not a verification.
I feel like this is getting away from what we're talking about. I guess
I do agree. I think it is. It's going into a weird you can't verify this absolutely thing, which I think is just sort of invalid.
Get to the point that none of it can be verified ultimately.
Yeah, that's sort of where you're taking it, to the extent of like, oh, well, you can't
maybe it's an issue of definition. Like, I feel like the only way to verify something is you have external, like multiple people agreeing on something. Like that's the only way I think that verification is truly possible.
That's not true.
You know?
Like, let's say I'm trying to just generally, like let's say I make up a game. And you can make up a game and play it with someone without them knowing all of the rules. So let's say I do that. Right? I make up a game.
Server-wide MAU tournament.
What?
Let's have a server-wide MAU tournament.
What's that?
I don't know what that is.
You guys, nobody here has heard of MAU? Okay.
No.
It's a card game where typically somebody who comes to a table is told exactly one thing when they come, which is the only rule I'm allowed to tell you is this one.
Yeah, I've played this one.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, fucking, there are rules to the game, but there are penalties for expressing the rules. So.
Nice.
That would be fun.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
But I think we don't want to go too far off track.
I've played it before. It's a lot of fun.
That sounds fun. So you can have a game where not everyone knows the rules. Let's say that you have a game where one person knows the rules and the other person doesn't. For simplicity, the goal of the game is to learn the rules. Now, let's say that I am the person who knows the rules. I can break a rule and be aware of it. Right? You can even accidentally break a rule and then be aware of it. I guess in this situation, I probably wouldn't tell the other person that I broke the rule, or maybe if I was being fair, I probably would. But the point is, in this case, then do verify the rules, even though they're not written down anywhere, and and nobody else knows them. I can still verify that I have broken the rules, right? You don't have to. The point is, though, that
you could explain that verification to somebody else. It's not saying that you are not capable of verifying things on your own. It's like the only time you're capable of verifying something on your own is when it's possible to explain it to another person. But because there is some external criteria.
Well, that's not true, right? I could explain the rules to this person, but I haven't. And that doesn't, I could still, I could explain to them that how I verified the rules, and that may be a way in which they could also verify the rules, but that's not necessarily the case, right? I can, like, because this is all an analogy for for verifying like an emotional state with a memory of an emotional state, right? We can very easily replace the emotional state here with just a definition of a rule, and the only difference is that the definition of the rule is actually communicable, right? But even if it hasn't been communicated, you can still verify it. You can still verify this rule with yourself, and sure, you could misremember it, but you also are likely to know if you've misremembered it, since it's not just a memory; it's a specific thing that you've committed to memory, which is harder. Yeah. There's studies.
The thing is, most of the time, when it's something that the only way that you can verify that like a specific experience you've had is the same thing is like after you've already like taken note about a bunch of different things about that experience and probably put it into words that you can communicate to another person. Like when you have an experience and it's very distinctive, I think what almost everybody does is you're not just like feeling it raw, like that experience. It's also describing it with certain adjectives. Like, oh, it felt kinda happy, kinda like, silly. You attribute all of these words to it, which are part of the public language. I mean, if you don't have any words for it,
sure, but even then, you still can't externally verify it with other people, right? You can describe it to other people, and they might get a fuller understanding of what you're trying to communicate, but they never will. That
exactly counts. So that's like how that counts.
But you haven't verified it.
This is a question I've had for a while, and Wittgenstein has a decent amount to say about this, but it's a section that I felt like I didn't understand very well. Okay. How is it possible? How is it possible that we have some words for things which refer ostensibly to internal experiences in our language?
Because they're so common to every single person, like every single human being like seems to just have these same common experiences. So it's like easy to like
That's not always true though. We have words for things that people don't always have in common. Hoy gave the example of ego death. Whether or not it's like a real thing that like your ego actually dies somehow, ego death is an experience that people have, and we have words for it, even though it's frequently a very different experience. Depending on the person.
But that's why when you talk about it, it's just a bunch of people talking nonsense.
It's just a bunch of people talking nonsense if you have no reference for it. Of course.
Yeah, but then the discussions about it which aren't people talking nonsense are the discussions where they talk mostly about the observed effects of such a phenomenon.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, what I'm saying is we have a word for this, and you can internally verify. Like, let's say...
Well, no, I think that still the verification is only external, right? The discussions about it where you're not talking nonsense are where you're talking about the external effects, which aren't really related to the internal, right?
Well, that's what you're talking about if you're talking about it in the abstract, but that's always going to be how you talk about internal things in the abstract.
Also, guys, I just want to say, like, this is a great conversation, but like, I'm not going to be able to continue this for a long time. I can feel myself already zoning out, and I want to catch up with a friend in a little while, so I want to have some downtime. Huh?
I said you can't take the criticism of your...
No, that's not true. Because you want to know something fun? You want to know something fun? My moral intuitions are 100% a private language, right?
You literally...
Sure.
So,
you doubted
you know what? Oh shit, you're right. They are.
The other night, you doubted your moral intuitions as an actual thing, and you started to, like, come over to utilitarianism.
Dude, maybe I did, but maybe I did. I don't think I did, because I think I came back to another understanding of it.
You had axioms, which are counter.
Because the thing is, like, there's like a hierarchy. I realized this. I was actually thinking about this today. There's a hierarchy of like morality, and like, moral intuitions are like the highest one. And what they are is I just feel something is right. I have no idea why. I could just know all throughout my entire being and soul, this is right. This is just right. It's right because it's right, and I will do whatever that feeling tells me to do. But that feeling doesn't always come. I can usually sometimes reflect and think and like figure something out. Oh, okay, my moral intuition tells me this after thinking and reflecting, but it doesn't always come. And so below that, and what I use more often than not in my, like, when I don't have that overwhelming feeling of a moral compulsion, is basically a utilitarian kind of calculus, or which I call ethics, right? By which I would behave. But I
realized I don't have moral intuitions. Cool.
Huh? Anyways, I just wanted to say, I wanted to wrap up soon, but we do need to discuss, and I think we should just make the call here of the podcast name.
All right. Well, I think it's pretty obvious that Fuck Ayn Rand
direct dick.
Fuck Ayn Rand.
Fuck Ayn Rand won. It's got another vote now. I do love Nietzsche's fully erect dick. It's by far not the winner though, so it'd be a little unfair to unilaterally decide that.
Yeah.
If we're just going by votes,
I love it. I love it as a phrase. It's not a title.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Fuck Ayn Rand. That's good.
What should we go with for imagery?
With Nietzsche's fully erect dick.
Pretty hot.
We could probably just we could just make the server image but with Fuck Ayn Rand instead of Get Dragged.
Yeah, the FAR podcast.
Oh!
Oh yeah, that actually works.
Dude, that's actually awesome. The FAR podcast, Fuck Ayn Rand, FAR, FAR, the FAR podcast.
I like that, yeah.
That's actually awesome. Oh my god, hell yeah, okay.
Cool, I like it.
I like it a lot. Damn, alright.
Alright,
along.
That's incidental and awesome.
Yes, it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
Alright, so fucking, I'm gonna be honest, I came into this discussion having it imposed upon me that I was supposed to argue against private language, and I'm not gonna lie, I now have no fucking clue. All I know is...
No, but here's the thing.
I do genuinely feel like I've come out of this understanding like a new idea, and that like fucking whether or not the definitions line up such that you can call it a certain thing, that doesn't really matter.
Well, and I think also the private language gets into beetle in the box territory, like where even if it exists, it's like we can't talk about it. So like...
We can talk about it. It was hard. Okay, you're gonna listen back to our recordings. There are bits where we're just fucking having a shit ton of trouble describing it. That's why we have to go into more abstract territory.
Right.
Because, there are bits where we're just like,
hey, I just realized
I can't
it's
describe
really
the concepts I'm trying to elaborate on.
Yeah, what?
But you know what's really sad?
What?
We're not going to be able to be on a debate team together because we both have to record our individual debates.
Shit, you're right. Oh, that's a real shame.
Right.
We need... You know what? We need more people who can record for this purpose.
Yeah, well, Regan can record. Wait.
About it.
Tree, like can you record? Can you record stuff, Tree?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Tree can record. Yeah, okay, cool. So we will be able to do that.
We trust Tree
sometimes.
Can we trust
I could hypothetically.
That's the only concept.
I don't care because I don't care if this is stolen. All that will do is just spread the ideas and the fun to more people.
It's not like we're it's not like we're planning on making money off of this or anything.
We don't give a shit. We don't give a shit.
Even if we somehow made like 10 cents off of this, how the fuck would we decide how to distribute it?
No, all we would do. Here's the thing.
I don't think we'd even get it until we made more than that. Anyway, like that's how it works with like AdSense and shit.
Here's what I would say. If in any, I don't want to make money. I don't plan to make money with this. I don't think that's a good goal to have.
Freedom Baby doesn't want to make money. That's weird.
If somehow this became monetizable in some way, I think that money should just go to somehow improving the quality of what we're doing. And
I agree.
It wouldn't be something that we would use like for ourselves to give each other money. It would be something that we could somehow put into, like we'd all agree, okay, we can do this, and it would be better. Whether it maybe be like purchasing a domain for the podcast, something like that. You know what I mean?
Like boost the server, hire an editor, like stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's how I feel. But that's very much like getting ahead of ourselves, guys.
I don't expect this to make any money at any point.
I don't expect it either. But we just need to make that clear.
Yeah, that is a good way to go about it, though. In general, like, if this makes any money, it goes into the server.
Tree, feel free to steal as much as you want. Just make sure you cite us and link it to it. You know what I mean? That's all I ask.
Yeah, I think it's entirely fine for treated.
I could have sworn I had an old message that said something like this, but I can't find it by searching for it. Basically, I forgot that if we... I'm pretty sure I laid claim to every cent that we make until we make more than $2 a month.
Right.
I remember that, yeah.
No, it wasn't more than $2 a month. It was more than the... it's more than the
that's
fee,
what
the
it
bank
was.
Transfer fees.
I lay claim to all the money that we make until the amount of money is more than the processing fees that it'll take to get it to.
All right. Okay, I think is there any like burning questions? Oh, Sonia's gone. Or like burning thoughts or things you want to like rub in my face if you're like annoyed with me because I said something stupid, because I kind of want to go in like 8 minutes.
I think the way you think about verification is dumb, and your entire argument is smooth-brained and frankly just normie as fuck. I think it's just cringe as hell. You need to like be kicked out of the server for it.
But do you agree? Like I was kind of getting at what you were saying, how like all language is private, but like when I was talking about earlier, how when you say a statement, like everybody to some degree might have a different internal response to that statement. Like,
that bit like sort of that bit helped with the elucidation of the argument. Yeah.
But the thing I would say is like it doesn't matter, because all that matters in language, and like at least all that we can talk about is the stuff that is public, is the stuff that is externally verifiable, is the performative understanding of language. And so it doesn't matter that people have these different internal experiences, because we do seem to be able to agree on certain behavioral responses to language, and that's what's most important.
Right. I think the issue is that we do actually still have a definitional disagreement, and it's that we're thinking of language in the external and internal senses exclusively, respectively. Like, like you're thinking of it in the terms of how it affects other things, in which case
I think
it's with that definition it's literally impossible. Whereas I'm thinking of it in the terms of how you interpret language, in which case it's necessarily.
Yeah, I just think I'm on the whole beetle in the box wagon, where the beetle doesn't exist or doesn't need to exist. It doesn't matter if the beetle exists.
Okay, so actually no, I thought of something else, right?
I agree. The beetle doesn't have to exist.
It seems necessary to me that the point of language is to affect other people, right? Like, what does language do otherwise? If that makes sense, right? Like.
Well, you can communicate with yourself.
It allows you to affect yourself.
Okay, I feel like this gives me a better framework for understanding what you're trying to say. How would you go about affecting yourself in a way which you could not in principle affect someone else using language?
You could use language to explore the aspects of yourself which you are attempting to describe, which you don't have external, like, you don't have any way of communicating to other people, but since you already know what you're talking about, you don't have to worry about describing the things you're experiencing, only finding them.
The more I think about it, okay, wait, but would it be possible for this to have rules governing it, or would it just be unrefined self-reflection?
No, you definitely could have rules defining your self-reflection in a way that qualifies as communication, especially since you could have it be a language that you use to, like, I mean, in the really classical sense of the language that you use to like communicate with yourself. In order to formalize the experiences you're having. It's just that it would be impossible to actually properly communicate those experiences to other people. You could even use a language that is functionally pretty much the same as the language you already use, like in this case English, to describe it. It's just that that description to other people wouldn't actually communicate what you are feeling, whereas the description does to you.
I almost feel like if there's any pattern to what you're writing in your language, it doesn't matter if, like, the people can't know what exactly your internal experience was, but they can still, like, figure out the pattern of, like, whatever, language you had created for yourself. So even if they couldn't know like what it meant, they might be like kind of like AI, like an AI, responding to us talking. Like it would be kind of like that, where like maybe like we wouldn't know what your language meant, but we would be able to follow its grammar.
Holy shit! I just had a really good idea.
What?
Okay, so qualia have common characteristics between them, right? Like, different emotions aren't mutually exclusive, obviously, right? Okay, a language where the components of the qualia that the words express determine their grammatical context, right? Mm-hmm. This means that only the person who actually experiences the particular qualia, only the writer, is capable of verifying whether or not the structure of a sentence is correct.
Yes, that would be a fully private language. Yes.
Damn.
I tried to elucidate that before when we were making our arguments. It was just too fucking difficult, so I didn't bother with something a little more formal.
I'm really glad that I had that idea, because that's fucking... My brain is exploding right now.
Mm-hmm. This is a beautiful argument. I'm loving it so much. It's great.
Fucking, I did not come into this expecting to be, like, totally convinced otherwise.
I mean, I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, but that's because you're freedom baby. That's how it works.
What's your problem with the idea of the qualia-determined grammar, right?
Well, I think, did you not hear what I said about how, like, you could, like, even if you couldn't understand the internal experience of what, like, someone's language about their own qualia meant, you could probably pick out the patterns and what, like, that language is, like, theoretically, like an AI, for instance, could pick up the patterns in their private language. And even if, a supposed private language, and even if you didn't have any idea what any of the things were meaning, you could probably performatively use it and talk to them with it if you used it enough.
I don't know if that's true. In the case of the qualia-determined grammar, I think it wouldn't work at all.
Maybe not. I don't know, but you can imagine it to be that way, right? Can you imagine
the pattern is based on some things that aren't actually communicated.
But I know, but there would still be a pattern of, like, usage, right?
Well, there'd be a pattern, but it might not be externally distinguishable
and also,
as a pattern.
Going back, I think also it's so difficult to talk about this because, like this, like so much of our experience is just entirely built on inherently public language, and so everything we're saying, all the words we have to describe everything, it's so hard to divorce ourselves from that public language.
You know what, Freedom? I disagree with you entirely. I think the fact that all of our language is private language is what's causing the issue here.
Oh my god!
And the issue is stemming from the fact that you think of it inherently as public language, so it's allowing you, so it's causing you to write off all the private aspects of the language.
Genuine question. Does anybody see what I'm trying to say, or think it has any value, or am I just totally full of shit?
Okay, I completely agree with you, Freedom. And I didn't want to say anything the whole time because I was on the other side, but honestly, the reason I haven't said anything the whole time is because I feel like anything I say would be denying Hate's argument.
Okay, alright, I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Actually, I feel like we've kind of got a spectrum here, because I actually disagree with both Freedom and Hate here.
Oh, really? Where do you disagree with me? I mean,
wait, you know what we should do? Oh, fuck, it's 5:30, but you know what we should do? We should do that thing where we go down, like, one by one, and everybody, says
state our exact opinions. Yeah, that would be great.
All right.
I guess I'll start. But I guess I think that a private language, it's sort of like just a nonsense concept. It's just like trying to, talk about, the beetle in the box, which just doesn't have to exist. Language is inherently about communicating with other people, and it has to be verifiable in some way. And like the closest thing to a private language that could exist is like what I was saying, where it would be that like you would have some pattern to it that even if a human being isn't smart enough to figure it out, an AI could figure it out and like be able to respond in that private language. And even if that you wouldn't know what the internal experiences were referring to, it would still have some kind of verifiable pattern. And in that sense, it's not even private anymore. That's it. Mic drop.
Is a pattern the same thing as total verifiability? I don't think it is.
Yes, I would say. I would say so. I would say like if it has a pattern, it's verifiable in some way or predictable in some way, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not the same as verifiable, but I do agree. If there's a pattern, you could verify that it fits the pattern.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But if the pattern is, if the important aspects of the pattern are fully internal, then they're not being. Then I don't think the pattern would be being communicated.
I think that actually you can perfectly well identify patterns, right? I think that in a private language you could definitely identify patterns and you could learn to form grammatically correct sentences.
And then it wouldn't be a private language anymore.
No, freedom.
No. But I also think that even if you're able to learn how to create grammatically correct sentences, you still can't necessarily make sentences that make sense. Right? Like, you could say, the dog ate the moon, right? Fucking, that is a grammatically correct sentence. But a dog's not going to eat the moon. And I think that in a private language, you can learn to create grammatically correct sentences, but you can't learn to create sentences with...
But that's fine. It doesn't make it... I mean, it's still set because that statement that doesn't have any correspondence to reality, the dog ate the moon, it still has some kind of sense. You're still able...
It fits the grammatical pattern, but it's not actually a... It's...
but the problem is that you now can't use that to take an idea that you want to communicate and target certain words in order to use them to communicate.
And if you can't communicate using a language, you don't know the language, and thus it has not been, like, you don't understand it, right?
Yeah, you'd understand it about as well as one of
being
those
able
AIs
to understand
that
the language is what defines it as a private or public language.
I'll have to reflect on that.
Very interesting.
I am interested in where you disagree with me, Sonia.
It's funny how after a few hours we kind of had like a big mix-up in like which side people were actually on.
Well, I mean, it was pretty arbitrary teams, so it's not that surprising that some people actually believe things that are against them. Like,
Okay. I really thought that in the end I was going to fall on the private languages impossible side, but I'm feeling pretty swayed.
Nice.
All right, Hate, you're up.
In what I believe about it, I think that the specific argument I made about the about all language being private is Electric Ooze. Can you please mute yourself? You're echoing what I say. Thank you. It's very difficult to talk when that happens, but yeah, it's okay. I don't personally really agree with my all language is a private language thing. I think that's maybe true, but only definitionally speaking, and it's not a particularly useful thing.
No.
I do agree with the first bit that I actually went with. The private language is possible through the way of explaining it that I had, and which Somnia did a really good job of elaborating on. Oh, hey, Microwave, what?
Microwave, can you mute your mic, dude? It's making a lot of noise for some reason.
Yeah.
Actually, you're good now.
I can.
Yeah, it was bad, but you're fine.
Okay. Right. What I was going to say. Right. So yeah, with the arguments in place for explaining how a private language could exist, which I think Somnia did a really good job of elaborating on and going through better. I think that the second half of the argument is really fun and really edgy, but not like actually realistically true.
It's just fun.
It's not true in a useful sense. It's definitionally true, but it's mostly just really, really fun.
Would you mind expounding on how you think it's definitionally true?
Yeah.
I think if we're defining language in such a way that that it's private if any aspect of it isn't fully communicable. It's.
We can hear you, but you're interrupting people, Microwave.
Yeah, you're interrupting people and pretty quiet.
I can't hear you, bro.
What, can you hear us now? Hello?
It's probably your side, dude.
Apparently not.
Microwave is just okay.
All right, here. I'll tell him. Okay. Continue.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. What was I saying? What was I saying?
I was asking you about I was asking you how you thought it was definitionally true.
Oh, right. That was it. Okay, let me just go back to reading what I said here. Right. I think that, like, if you define it in such a way that, like, if none of the language is, if some part of the language is incommunicable, then the whole thing is. I think if that's the case, like, then the argument follows, and all language is internal language because some aspect of it is necessarily incommunicable.
So
and technically, there's
some sort of like private-public hybrid language.
Yeah, most language has private aspects. Really, the issue there that's not, like, necessarily true is like, whether or not you would consider a language to be private if it is somewhat private, right?
All right. Well, what aspects of our language do you think are private then?
I think that anything without any external reference is going to be to some extent private. It's like when you are taught that I do again somewhat agree with the bit where I said where if in the incredibly edgy way what we think of as a language is actually just a construct in place to form individual languages in each of us. Because the actual language isn't what we're taught. That's just how we form the language in our own minds. That, like, and mostly that, and a lot of the case they're the same thing. But in terms of like, let's say, like in reference to emotions, for instance, or qualia, what it's actually doing is just figuring out, like, how to get to, like, that emotion between people, and that's not necessarily going to actually point to the same thing individually, right? It's just likely to point to something similar enough that the communication kind of works.
Well, I guess that's like a...
Okay, well, I just want to say something, though. I want to hear everybody's take. So if you have particular things you like... Because, like, I have to go very soon. So,
I totally right.
If we can just...
I'll say, I'm first, Ruth. Shut up.
Yeah.
I think that it doesn't really make sense, like a private language, because it's not... You can't really... it was like the verifiability thing. You can't really communicate anything to yourself with something that you can't verify the rules of. Yeah. Hold on. So... Yeah, that was about all I had.
Okay. So the same issue Freedom has with it, basically. Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
Alright, Tree.
Tree.
I don't think private language... Okay, I kind of agree with Freedom on this one. So, like... Well, okay, so... This is really hard. So...
We've got the smooth-brain majority over here.
No. So private language could exist, right? But... You have to have non-private language to exist first. Because, like, let's say imagine you're the only person in existence, right? And you've never had a language before, you've never had any of that. There's no other people to communicate to. You wouldn't have a self-identity, you wouldn't have language, you wouldn't have any of this. But language, because you have no one to communicate to, right? But, like, once you have the idea of communication with another being, then you've established an external, like, layer of language of communication. You now have an internal, an internal language that you can have that's sort of like, that exists outside of the external language, but it only exists because you have that external language to begin with. So
private language, know what language is in order to make a private language. Is what you're saying.
That private language, what is it communicating, and who is it communicating with?
To yourself, but it's like in comparison to the external language. So, like, if I want to communicate an idea in my head, it can just be an idea that only I understand in a way that only I understand it to myself, to my internal self, right? Like an inner monologue. But I would only have that idea of what an inner monologue was and all that sort of language if there was other beings to help create an external language to begin with. So like you have to already have the idea of language before you create.
Well, that's only if you're going with like a really complicated sense of language, like we have because we communicate with other people. But like to use Wittgenstein's example of writing a symbol, let's say S, whenever you have this.
But to even do that in the first place, to even have the idea to do that in the first place is probably something you would need to know what language is and to be part of like.
I don't think that's true.
Well, prove it.
I mean, okay. This is assuming for a simple example. Let's say you do have a concept of a calendar, so you could or some way of marking down when something happened, right? Why
would you know what time is if you have no language about it?
Well, okay.
I think that's incredibly stupid.
Okay, I think all you actually need is like an abstract. All you need is an abstract understanding of like the idea that maybe keeping records might be important, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe you have some thought in your head which is like, I intend to keep records for myself so that I can look back at them later and understand what happened in my past, right? Fucking. If all you have is that, I think that it's very likely that you might come to the idea of writing down probably not an S. An S is a way too complicated, but like probably like a T or like an L or something,
or just like a line, maybe
just like a tick mark or something.
Yeah, a line at a certain angle, you know.
Or just a mark at all.
Cursive I, a cursive capital I.
Oh God.
Or just like literally just a mark of any kind if you don't need to distinguish.
Anyway, you get the point, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can get how the justification might go for somebody who doesn't have language coming up with the idea to mark this.
Okay, and then I really want to go back, Samia, and I want to hear your.
All right.
Oh, wait, are you done? I'm assuming you're done.
Oh, all right.
Yep. Sounds like it.
Tree. Roots.
He's not giving me.
Yes, I'm done.
Are you done?
Okay, yeah, go, Samia, go.
All right. So if
and don't take as long as you normally do, please.
Yeah. The basic idea that I had while Haight was talking. The basic idea that I had while Haight was while we were going over Haight's thing was a language for which all of the words refer to internal states, qualia, and for which the aspects of those qualia, the fundamental makeup of them, determines the grammatical context they're allowed to be used in. In this way, you might even distinguish certain qualia with the same word based entirely on their context, right? You might have, let's just say A, right? A could sometimes refer to one thing and sometimes to another, completely based on its context, and it would also affect the context of the things around it. And I think that in this way, you would have a language where the only person who could, in principle, verify correct usage is the person using it. And this makes it unteachable, because you would have to teach a person both about the structure of your own qualia and about what you're experiencing moment to moment in order for them to actually be able to verify that you've used it correctly. Mm-hmm. Which means that you have a very simple, not necessarily simple, but a very definite way of saying this is wrong usage or this is right usage. And you have a very grammatical structure, but it is fundamentally unteachable, which I think definitely fits the criteria of a private language.
Yeah, you could theoretically, to go with my analogy for...
All right, guys, I'm going to head out, but it was a lot of fun. This was a great discussion. Oh, no, we need to determine how far we're read. We're just going to read till the end of the part one or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I guess...
Wait, we are? Why that far?
No, because it's only 30 pages.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're going to read up through 693, up through Proposition 693, folks. And we're going to meet... We're going to meet at the same time next week. We may discuss, because it's really sad, because I really like something. I'd like him to be able to join. I feel bad for Tree, but also Tree doesn't read. So we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out.
And something does contribute a lot more than Tree to the discussions, just in general. No offense, Tree.
I'm sorry, Tree. Like if you did the reading, or if you are here next week.
I never did my homework in high school, so like. You know, that's my personal.
But if you wanted to be a part of this, if you showed,
I like listening more than talking though in these kind of discussions.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Well, on the bright side, you can do that without being in the discussion itself.
We'll figure it out, and we can always, because the thing is,
I don't, the conversations that I really get hyped up for are the ones where I know I can win them.
Oh my god!
You know what? I agree. You know what, Roots? I agree with you entirely. It's just that I win every conversation.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But okay, so basically, let me do the reading schedule. So like, we're gonna do next week. We will finish part 1 through section 693. Investigations. I'm not even gonna bother linking. Should I bother linking the text again? Like, I don't think it matters.
It's all over the place. It's everywhere right by now.
It'll be same time as usual. Sunday, so then that's August 9th. Damn, it's already August, guys.
I know. My birthday's in 3 days.
Ooh, that's exciting.
College is gonna start up.
Okay, so on the PDF, we're reading from 77 to 90, which is, wow, okay. That's only 13 pages. That's actually shorter.
Yeah, but it'll be good because it'll be the end, and maybe we can have some more. And do we want to have any plans for specific things like the debate we had today? Which is actually, this has been so fun. This has been great.
Yeah, for some reason I was kind of expecting this to not go quite as well as it did.
It went really well.
Oh, yeah,
like,
no,
this is good.
Well, you know what? The last one went really well too. So I'm not super surprised this one went well.
I guess it was just I thought
for the last one.
I think for me the private language thing I just thought was so obviously like set and so it's cool. Like you guys had some good arguments. Like I was hard for me to think of good arguments, so I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's also just fun. Also, I think the thing is too, we had a really this discussion was poppin'. This was a great fucking so many people came and everybody was really active. This is great. Like I'm
we had
happy.
like 10 people at some point or something. It was
not like
all of them were active, but it was
It was really good. Because it was going dead for a little bit there. There were a couple where when it was just like literally me, Gal, and like one other person. Like I don't even remember. Mm-hmm. It was like pretty sad. Okay.
Stick with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is like a lot of fun. And it would be cool to have we're going to have Fiction Month, but because I know there are people who want to be involved who can't do the times, like Anar Kumar, for instance, because he's in Australia. So the times really don't work for him. Like to figure something out. It's just, we don't have a ton of people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing I'm really hoping happens with if we get more people in. That's probably the biggest reason to release this stuff online is we must get more people in. Which if we have enough people in different time zones, we could have
it means more money.
A second weekly session.
Which would be great.
Or even maybe on the same day, but just at a different time.
Yeah.
The only requirement, of course, being that it gets recorded so the rest of us can hear what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know but there's a reason I started recording them. It's because I wanted someone to record them, because if I miss one, I want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't. Oh gosh. Okay. So, anyways, do we have anything? Do you guys have any ideas for potentially something we'd want to do next week? I don't know if there's anything off the top of our heads that I don't even know, because we didn't talk as much about the reading that we just read. I don't even know what. I don't even remember it.
We really didn't go over it much. Maybe 10 minutes.
I mean, we never go over it. Oh, you know what I actually thought would be cool? And maybe just a way to and we can just try, maybe it would be lame, is to actually have people formally lead a discussion of the text. So they have to actually prepare something. So it's to go over the main points or the main ideas. And especially because we're finishing up part 1. I wonder if, and it doesn't have to be but if you doesn't even have to be a summary of just that part. Maybe summarizing a section or something and to explain it to people. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Good idea. Have somebody actually have something prepared.
That could be quite interesting. Yeah.
And we don't have to. I don't know if we want to have it be everybody or just choose a couple people to do it. And maybe we could alternate. Because I do think it's unreasonable to expect people to do that every time, but we can alternate and have some people each week prepare something to go on. What do you guys think about that?
I wasn't paying attention.
I think if we get somebody to do it, that could be quite interesting. If we get people to do it, that could be quite interesting. It doesn't sound like something I would personally want to, like, prepare for and do. So if somebody else wants to do one, that's cool, and I think that'd be really interesting. But I personally wouldn't. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Anybody have any desire to do that?
I think it's very probable that I'm going to, but you're going to have to re-explain what it is.
Okay,
we can
hear you.
We've been able to hear you the whole time.
Oh my god. Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm muting myself.
Cool.
Okay.
Somniad, what were you saying?
What the fuck are we talking about?
Well, like, thinking about, like, if we had it, like, someone maybe prepare something about the reading, like going over, like, the main points or whatever, just, like, another thing we could do, and maybe that would help us understand it more and, like, keep us on track, like, have someone to, like, lead it.
Well,
if you would want, if you don't,
okay, here's the deal. Here's the plan. Okay. It is possible that I will do this, but we shouldn't plan around it.
Okay.
I guess that falls on me then, I think.
Well, no. I mean, we can just have a discussion like the other ones if I don't do it, right? Like it's not vital that we do. It's just that...
We kind of need it to be like, you need to do it. Like, it kind of needs to be an assignment. Like, yeah, like, obviously, you know, if you fail, like, it'll be fine, but, like, I don't think we should, I think we should be like, okay, so you're gonna do this, you have to agree to do it. Like, there should be some responsibility.
Get out the grading sheet.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think, like, we don't have to do this. Like, if you don't want to do it, like, I'll do it.
Okay,
I don't really want to because I work full time, bitches. Like, I have, like, things.
I also
like,
work full time. Yeah.
Here's the problem. I have the time. I have a desire to.
You don't necessarily have the motivation.
I do not have a guarantee that I would successfully get myself to do it.
Okay, but Sam, just like you have a responsibility to do it. Like, we're gonna rely on you to do it. Like, you're expected to do it.
You have to do it.
If you don't,
No, Somniad. Here's the Somniad. If you don't do it, we will remove your John Galt role. How about that?
All right.
Somniad makes a lot of use of that John Galt role, though.
I'm quite a bit like you. I'm pretty sure you were the one that said this. Was it Freedom who said this? I actually don't remember. You said something like, I don't really want the power. I just want, like, the knowledge that I have the power.
Yeah.
Someone said that, yeah. It wasn't
me.
It was me. Yeah. I felt that deeply. And I agree to the framing. If I don't do it, then I get the role taken over.
Okay. Awesome. Oh, that's so great. And then I'm gonna like say also Somniad will prepare something to lead discussion. I'm gonna make it public.
Yeah. Basically,
and if he doesn't, he loses his John Galt role.
Yeah, for each like section of topic in these 13 pages, right? 26 pages or whatever. I'm going to have a basic summary of what he's saying.
Well, Sam, just do whatever. Do whatever you want to do. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't. You can. I mean, if that's what you want to do that. But it doesn't have to be something specific.
So my plan right now is to have a basic summary of what he's saying that cuts out the fat, and the point is going to be to give us a way to give us something to discuss, right? Like. Mm-hmm. Create the opportunity to ask the question, do we agree with this? And if we don't, why not?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Awesome. Sounds good. Okay, I am going to go. I really need to go. But it's been so much fun. This has been such a great discussion. I'm having so much fun. I'm so happy. I'm so happy, guys.
This is a lot of fun.
I'm very happy. It is so much fun, and I'm so glad it's continuing. And like, I hope we're in this for the long haul because this is great. Like, I feel like it's really good. But thank you guys so much. I'm so happy, and I'm happy, like, you too, like, working on the podcast stuff, like, you let me know if you need any help, like, because I think we've decided the name, right? Fuck Ayn Rand,
it's the FAR podcast, yeah.
And let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Let me know. I'll post, I won't do it tonight, probably, our section of the debate, if you want to listen. Well, maybe I will do it tonight, I don't know. I forgot to write down when I switched back. I wrote down when we switched to the other channel. I did not write down when we switched back, which is bad. But
I wrote down both. I'll probably
Actually, can you tell me, because actually our time is going to be similar.
Oh, okay,
so if
cool.
you just tell me, can you just send that to me?
I can just tell you now. We started on mine at about 1:19:30, so you can use that as reference for whenever you started, and we ended about 2:14.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. That really helps. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys so much, and I'll talk to y'all later. See you next week. Bye.
Bye.